You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome to Scoresby Recreation Reserve. A big Eastland match of the round coming this afternoon. Scoresby taking on Donvale 1v2 in Division 3, and a big day for the Scoresby Football Club. It is Centenary Day, celebrating 100 years of the Scoresby Football Club. They are wearing their heritage jumper this afternoon in a big day for the club. They've got a President's Lunch inside. A lot happening. There's a minor premiership potentially up for grabs. Donvale can clinch it today if they do win, and Scoresby will level up on points with one game to play if they get the job done this afternoon. A lot to discuss. There's a lot happening around the grounds. Last game of the season for the senior women's competition. For the senior men's, we're getting very close towards the final series, so a lot to break down. I'm Ryan Long, media manager with the AFNL, joined in pre-game by Ray Baird and Matt Spider-Lee. Ray, I'll start with you. You've already been pretty happy to come down here. You've been welcomed on the other side. People telling you how good you are on the podcast and how well liked you are. So you've had a great start to the day.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. You'll get your paycheck at the end of the day for that. Thank you. No, look, I love coming to Scores because it's only a drop kick from my house anyway. But no, it's a great little ground to watch football from, and top of the ladder clash. It's going to be a great game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a perfect day for football too. The sun is shining. We've been very lucky this afternoon with this, but a lot to look forward to across the afternoon, streaming live on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM and our Facebook and YouTube streams. Matt Spider-Lee also in the special comments chair this afternoon. Great to have you out here at Scoresby, Spider. Been a long time since we've been out here.
Yeah, it has. Good afternoon to you, Ryan, Ray, and all of our viewers and listeners. Great to be here, and it's been a long time since I've been here. I think the last time I was here was back in 2019 when we had the Division 4 Grand Final between Fair Park and East Burwood. So
what a horrible day.
It was a wet and wild day, that one. I remember coming into the van doing a stint beforehand, and that was good to get out of the rain. But, I was appreciative of the invitation. But,
and then you got the ferry on the way back to your car.
Yeah, pretty much. But really looking forward to today's clash. We saw these two teams play just 6 weeks ago. And we walked away with some good thoughts on both teams. Donvale, walked away with an impressive first half, but probably dropped off in the second half. And Scoresby probably didn't show as much in the first half, but in their second half, walked away with some positive aspects of their game. So I think that brings together and knits together what a really good game and prospect we've got this afternoon.
Absolutely. There's a lot to really break down with this game. And as you said, we have seen these two sides in action against one another earlier on in the season. So we've had a good look at them. Both sides have had a couple of changes since then. So there's a lot to sort of break down. But for Scoresby, first of all, Centenary Day, 100 years, it's a great achievement. It is a big day for the club. We haven't got the cameras on the ground at the moment, but the reserves also wearing their heritage jumper. Yeah. Looks like I think the first ever jumper they had, of course, going back now to 1925, a long time ago. But Spider, along the years, you've obviously watched a lot of Scoresby, and you would have been around when they were in Division 1 and had that great run. And What's some of the memories that strike out to you about the Scoresby Football Club that stand out going back even last year, but going back all the way through? Yeah,
it's obviously more recent times. Like the Premiership last year was an outstanding achievement. I suppose when you think about Scoresby, you always think about a very hard-working club, very passionate club, a club that has a lot of tradition. One of the affiliates of the Eastern Districts Football League. Back, in the early 1960s, a club that was always very strong on field and was always very attractable to players, but always served their community very well, developed their juniors, and really always brought through their juniors through the 60s, 70s and 80s and the early part of the 90s, built a very strong base. probably didn't win the amount of premierships that, obviously clubs like Vermont, East Burwood, Mitcham, East Ringwood won, but you always knew when you came to Scoresby that you were in for a contest, and they were always a very physical, hard, honest team, and you always had really good clashes. When they were a very powerful team, and they always were very hard to beat here. They always made you earn your win here, even if you did beat them. But they've had some great players over the years, from when they had Division 1 teams through to Division 4. You just look at it and recognise some of the great people that have been associated with their club. So you look at a guy like who probably their biggest name. He's a guy like Darren Crocker, who was a junior here, went on and played a great career at North Melbourne. So
I'll add another one too. Ex-Melbourne fullback Ray Biffin. He coached Scoresby as well.
He did.
Yep.
So they've had some really big names. Obviously, Christian Bardsley, Dean Gregg was here for a period of time. They had an era where they probably missed out, and they would probably say that there was a couple of opportunities missed in terms of Division 1 flags. They went down to Division 2, got themselves back up for a period of time, had a couple of cracks at Noble Park, didn't quite get there, and then fell away again. But look, they always had really good under-18s, and I remember East Burwood and Scoresby had some great clashes with them, and they had some great junior programs here. They just and they had their little peaks and troughs, but I think generally, Ray, the thing about Scoresby is they're a very close-knit community here and club. So I think that you're bringing through a centenary of history. They've got some strong history, and they're going to recognise all those people here this afternoon, and let's hope they deliver a really good result.
And I'll just add to that, Spidey, you've got to look back probably 5 or 6 years ago now. They nearly folded.
They did, yeah.
They nearly folded there. And you even go back before that, they had a great junior program. And then, of course, things got tough and they lost all their juniors as well.
And they'll acknowledge that too,
look,
that they did some bad things with their administration.
A big thing about it all, I lived just up the road behind Bunnings at Knoxfield there for 38-odd years. And I was surprised when I was living up there how many people lived in this area did not even know there was a football ground here, because, if this ground could get vision from either Stud Road or Ferntree Gully Road, they get none of that. So a lot of people in the area didn't even know that they played football.
Away.
So they've been restricted in that regard. But look, as you said, they were a powerhouse in Division 1 for a while there. And as you said, I agree with you. They should have probably won a couple more premierships and all that.
There was probably 1 year, I think they would definitely agree, and they were dealt a pretty unlucky scenario. 2001, they were absolutely flying, and they were on top of the ladder for the majority of that year. Well, there was I think at that time it was East Burwood, East Ringwood, Vermont, and that year they had an unbelievable year. They had Dean Rice playing, they had Dean Gregg playing, and Dean Gregg broke his leg, and in the end, that ended the season for Dean Gregg because he was coaching at that time. And that probably just ruined their momentum. Yep. And and I remember it sort of derailed their season because they ended up going out in straight sets. But if they had everyone available that year, they probably would have. If they'd played in that grand final, who knows what they might have done against. In the end, Vermont won that flag against East Ringwood, but that year, Scoresby were probably the best team right up through the home and away series, but just didn't get the job done. But They won the flag in 1977. They always talk about that one. They've been in many grand finals. They've always been in finals. They used to make finals a lot, but just struggled to get the ultimate prize. But they've been around for such a long time. Proud history and good tradition.
And just mention one, Christian Bardsley, ex-North Melbourne St Kilda VFL player in those days. But he was, for a long time there, he was the longest-serving coach in Eastern Footy League, and also he's been Scoresby's longest-serving coach.
Yeah, absolutely. I do remember the 06 grand Grand Final out at Tormore Reserve where they knocked off Norwood. I was down there that day, Spider.
You would have just been
a little Scoresby Junior.
Whippersnapper.
Yeah, I remember that game with them kicking very inaccurately, but getting across the line for the flag. And then, of course, we were all there last year when they broke the drought. In 18 years it took to get that next one in 2024. But with the setup, and we're going to talk probably a bit to Craig McKenzie about this, but the setup of the club, what they've been able to do now in the last few years, and particularly off the back of a lot of work from Craig McKenzie and some others, as setting this side up for not just the short-term success in one or two flags here and there in Div 4 and 3, but I think a pathway to go forward. So there'll be more on that a bit later. We'll hear from both Craig McKenzie and Tony Weeks. Of course, there's a lot to talk about on a Donvale side of things as well, with the opportunity to clinch top spot today. Let's look at Division 3 as a whole this week, because 2 rounds to play, round 17 today, and then followed it up by the final round of the season in round 18. Potentially some results go the way today. That could be locked in today, and next week's results won't matter too much. But we go back to the two sides looking for that 5th spot, in the Basin and Sylvan. The Bears currently have a game lead over the Cats, who are in 6th. A little bit of percentage, but it's a percentage that can be made up. Even across today's in the afternoon. Ferntree Gully take on Sylvan. Knox play the Basin. It's a tough task to the Basin, but one, if they get there, will just about be home for 5th. But if they lose and Sylvan beat Ferntree Gully, they'll level themselves up on points. But Ray, you were actually down at Wally 2 Reserve earlier this morning.
Yeah, I went down and watched the girls' game. Ferntree Gully were playing Sylvan. I spoke to a couple of Sylvan committee men people, and I asked them about this record they got. They just said, it's just, we don't know why it's happening, but that they're certainly confident of going in today. But they also said, and you also sent me across before to get the coaches and all that teed up to come on here. And Scoresby people I know over there have also said the dark horse in this finals is Upper Ferntree Gully. Both clubs have mentioned Upper Gully. Upper Gully. They said, watch out for Upper Gully if they get there.
They're the season improver for me. I mean, they've been amazing the way that they've played. They've been a bit unlucky in a couple of games, but their form line has stacked up with the rest of the competition. So they should be, very confident, going into a final series. And if you play them, you've got to be very careful. I mean, I just think this whole top bracket of the ladder in Division 3 has really evened up in the last 6 weeks. I mean, at one point in time you would have said how far Donvale, but just over the last 6 weeks,
couple of hurdles, isn't it?
Yeah, the gap has certainly narrowed, and I think we've got to be really careful and be impressed. I mean, the Basin, they would be the great story should they make the finals. But Sylvan, if they got there, they would certainly earn their spot after what they've confronted and not being able to win at home, win away from home.
It is an incredible record where they are 8-1 at home and could miss finals. And no side's ever that dominant at home and aren't in the top 5.
I think they'll win today. I think they'll beat Ferntree Gully.
Yeah, I think they will too.
I've tipped them. But I don't do it with confidence. It would not be surprising if we go there.
You just said you tipped them. Now, I was going to mention another club that was up till 3 weeks ago that was in the race for the finals until our media manager started jumping on board.
He wanted to play the reserves.
Oakley Districts. I mean, you are you're not very popular down there at the moment.
As soon as I jumped on them.
Ever since you jumped on them, they
haven't won.
They're bottomed out, mate.
Spider, don't forget, the only reason he wanted to play reserves was they would play against Blake Tennant.
Wrong division.
Wrong division? No, okay, sorry.
It's right. I mean, when you look at the side and they bring in Dane Swan, they bring in Josh Groden, Blake Pearson came back in the side late after missing some games, and Luke Potts was playing well. I just thought that lineup.
And they had a huge win. I just forget who it was against.
Sylvan,
that's
Pump
right.
Sylvan.
They smashed them,
And then,
that was the broadcast game,
and then since then they have dropped off. They had a couple of close losses, which I think has just deflated their sail. Upper Ferntree Gully, just to be clear on this, they still do need a win today. And I think everyone expects them to beat Coldstream. But if an upset happens there and the Basin and Sylvan win, suddenly their spot is now a little bit more vulnerable. Their percentage is so much higher than the Basin and Sylvan. But with Scoresby to play next week, they want to just lock it in today.
Yeah. Well, you would expect Upper Gully to win as far as ladder positions, going up against Coldstream today.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And even that game against Donvale last week, Rory Bailey on the siren missed a shot. So they were very close to winning that game, led for most of the day. You'd expect them to beat Coldstream this afternoon, but you never know. Oakley District, Fair Park, play each other in the last game in Division 3 out of Princess Highway Reserve. Ray, and as you said, you've just
I'm
spoken
on
about
Fair
Oakley
Park.
District.
I think Fair Park, with the players they picked up from Bayswater a few weeks ago, they are a much better side now because they've got vision down forward that they lacked early in the season. But even having said that, they have improved all over coming up. And to get those players, I picked them to beat Oakley Districts today down at Princess Highway.
I mean, I've got them as my roughie. I mean, I give them a realistic chance. I mean, I think there's an opportunity for them. I mean, Oakley District, they are a little bit vulnerable, I think, this afternoon. But, that'll be interesting to see how that one plays out. But, yeah, Fair Park, if they could stay up, it would be a really good step forward for them going into 2026. I mean, Coldstream, we know that they've been the disappointing story of the year. I mean, to play finals last year, we know Darcy Fritz kicking 100 goals, but then to take the dramatic steps back, which they have, that has really been a point of conjecture this year.
It just shows you how level this division is, though, because of what's happened to Coldstream. You know, if you're not on 2% off, you're not going to win a game here in this division.
That's a good point. That's certainly right. And look, you look at today's games and you think you can pencil them in, but that's what we love about local footy.
So what, you reckon you might get 2 out of 5 again?
Probably, knowing my luck, yes.
Well, the tipping competition is tightening up, I think.
Yeah, that's certainly right. Division 4 this weekend, and then we broke this again, and we're probably just sort of lumping these together, but I think it's part of the overall conversation of things. In this division today, there's 2 sort of sections to this. Forest Hill have the bye, and unfortunately they've been out of this for a long time. Whitehorse and Warrandyte are level on games and wins, and they have to really get a scalp against one of these top 2 sides in the next 2 weeks. So Warrandyte play Churnside Park today. They'll play Whitehorse next week. For Kilsyth, they play Whitehorse this week and then Churnside next week. If one of these 2 sides can really get it, I don't even know if you would call it an upset, but if they can get a scalp here, goes a long way to their finals chances.
I agree. You can't, at the moment, the way Division 4 is, there's no upset. There's no upset because they're going into games and you don't know who's going to win. But I'm picked Warrandyte. They beat Churnside 2 weeks ago or so, and I think they can do it again. I'm picking Warrandyte for that one.
And it would be a massive psychological edge rate too if they were able to do it. I mean, Churnside Park, as much as they've probably been the best side all year and they've dominated and they've been up at the top of the ladder, they've still got to be pretty careful because I think there's a lot of sides that are chasing them. I think once again the margins and the competition is starting to narrow, and I think there's a few teams that are really starting to make a bit of a run. I mean, Kilsyth, being able to sign Drake and also Jeff Goebbels as well, they're 2 huge inclusions into their lineup. Now, a couple of weeks ago, we started to look and perhaps thinking that Kilsyth were going to really struggle, maybe even just to play finals. But now, with those 2 inclusions, that's giving them a realistic chance to, maybe step back into the premiership race. And if McNaid comes back and plays enough games, well, who knows what might happen in the final series. I mean, Kilsyth's probably a team that you don't want to play throughout that final. If they get on a little bit of a winning run, you just never know what might happen. Churnside Park, might have a bit of a fight on their hands in this premiership race because Whitehorse, they think that they're just as good as anyone as well.
It is a very exciting overall, this division. Ryan McNair, you can rule him out for the year now because he is not listed today. There's only 2 games to play after this, so he's not going to be able to qualify for finals. He's not going to be able to get in.
That's a blow.
Absolutely. I guess, and they probably were aware of this, and that's why they've gone hard on some of these other guys to get into the side and potentially really shake up this division come finals time. I've still leant towards Whitehorse, and we were there. 3 weeks ago? Where the Pioneers, where I know both sides had outs, and I just thought the Pioneers always still had control in that game, despite Kilsyth putting in a really good performance, and Horvat was a big name up forward, but they get Tom Young back in too. So the dynamic duo up there, it's hard to stop.
Yeah, and we spoke about the 2 inclusions last week for Kilsyth. 4 great players, and will be very good players playing in Division 4 final series. But as you just said, Daniel Horvath, he kicked 23 goals in 3 games there. Yeah. So he's a player that if Pioneers can get the ball forward enough, I think he'll kick a bag again. And if that starts to happen, do you think that Kilsyth maybe move Goebbels back I don't think they will because I think that if they're going to win the game, Goebbels has got to pick 3 or 4.
He's got to be the player that kicks goals.
If Hallback becomes a problem though, who do they put to win? Who else do they put to win?
Yeah, well, and now you got Young up there. There's 2 real big problems, and they don't get a whole lot. I don't think there are other forwards sort of pop up here and there, but that is your focal point.
Yeah.
And when the 2 are there together, that's when they look their most dangerous. So I'm just leaning towards Whitehorse on this one, but I think that'll be a fascinating game out at Springfield Park.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Kilsyth win. I actually did tip them. And that doesn't mean that any team's out of the race. I just think that they might just get them and keep their chances alive, Kilsyth.
Well, I'm going for Pioneers as well, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. The other game, this is a mini elimination final. It's Croydon North Hemlock versus Bulleen Templestowe. The loser of this game probably not going to make finals from here. That's too much to, especially Bulleen Temp, who have a bye next week. The winner of the game, and with both sides having particularly Croydon North when they've got Forest Hill next week and then a winnable game in the final round of the season, a great opportunity. No doubt, Spider, this is the biggest day in Croydon North Hemlock's short history in the EFNL. And look, great opportunity for them to potentially snare a win here at home and really set the seeds forward for a potential finals run.
Definitely. I mean, this is a defining moment for them. So they've got to really step up. I mean, they were very good. They've played some very good football at home this year. When they stepped away and played down at Bulleen Temp a few weeks ago, they would admit that their performance was below par and wasn't up to the level that they thought that they were capable of playing. So they get to play them again at home now and get to redeem themselves. And I think they'll play really well at home. They play their home ground so well. They'll put a lot of pressure on Bulleen Temp, closing off the exits and really, if they can get the game on their terms, I think Croydon North can provide something special this afternoon and really put a step forward. And who knows, that finals berth might be theirs to clinch. They might just have 1 foot in the door.
I agree. I'm going for Croydon North Hemlock. I like the fact that they had the bye last week, so they've had a bit of time to refresh.
And getting a couple of players back
Getting
this
some
week.
Players back, at this time of the year. And But Bulleen Tempe, even if they don't win today, they're going to look back, and they've had a remarkable season for a side that's come into the competition.
I don't think it's a massive issue whether they play finals or whether they don't. I think
it's just a bonus, really.
It is. It's a long-term thing. And I would be saying, even if they didn't play finals this year, I think next year it sets them up beautifully to go out and recruit and target some players that they really were, so they can take it another step. So even if they do get to the finals this year, look, it's just a good reward. But I think it's a little bit of a bonus for them.
Spider, I'll ask you this. Just a team like Bulleen Templestowe. Now, we know what Hemlock did this year. They went out and they got some experienced players, Odomat and a couple of other. Do you think that that's what could be a way that Bulleen Templestowe might just grab 1 or 2 experienced players as well as bringing players, from the other competition?
Yeah, I think they'll definitely identify some players that have some connection and some players potentially from some higher divisions that they think might fit their needs. And I would definitely encourage them to do that. I think that's really important, that if they can, they've got a basis of good juniors and they can develop those. But I think if they can get a couple of core senior experienced players that have played a couple of divisions up and that can come down and help guys like the sticker boys, etc., then that's really going to help them for their efforts going forward. And and as you alluded to, getting some players from other competitions in as well. Look, I think they're definitely going to be a destination club, for players within the FNL competition, and you can see why. They're playing on a very nice ground. It's a very well-run club and really well coached. So I think they've got all the attributes for the future to get involved there for people that want to be a part of a club that's on the rise.
Yeah, definitely right. Currently in the reserves game out here, it is Donvale winning 10-9-69 to Scoresby 4 straight 24. It is three-quarter time, and it actually is...
actually 3-6-24, right?
Oh, sorry, 3-6-24. And it is a little bit earlier, this game, because they are doing a presentation before the big senior game. The Cup's coming out, apparently, I've heard. So it's certainly going to be...
Are you going to be involved in the ceremony as a former Scoresby junior?
Oh, I did contact a couple of people, and I haven't heard a reply yet, so I guess they probably
with Caps coming out, it's a pity BWS GWS is not here, because now he's a Tasmanian. He could have put that on his second head.
Yeah, but it should be quite exciting. Spot, I'm surprised you didn't mention when
It's
you
a
were talking
big
about.
day for the club, and it's a great club. It's
Oh,
a great
absolutely.
club.
And Spot, I'm sure you're surprised you didn't mention when you were talking about great Scoresby moments.
Oh, here we go.
It
Yeah,
is,
the
it
under
is.
15D semi-final against South Croydon, where
Your microphone's gone off. Right.
and
sorry.
Arlong put them in front in the third quarter.
Here we go. But then didn't last the distance, did it?
No, I can't.
Went missing in the second half.
I spent the last quarter on the bench, but it was.
Traded
we-
to
we-
Baronia.
What?
He went to left, right, out.
Resting, or you just thought you'd done your job for
Oh,
the day?
just resting. They were saving me up for the prelim where we lost by, I think, over 100 points in the end,
Yeah.
unfortunately. But we are going to be joined by Tony Weeks, the senior coach of the Donvale Football Club, who's about to make his way in, and it is always a pleasure
Jump in.
to have Tony in the box. And thanks for joining us. Obviously, a big day with a potential chance to claim the Minor Premiership with a win against a really good side in Scoresby.
Yeah, thanks for having us. We're not focusing on Minor Premiership. Obviously, it's probably going to run into these guys again in the next few weeks. We may even play another 2 times. So, yeah, we're in great conditions. We're just looking forward to the contest.
Absolutely, and we've had a look at the side, and you've been able to get some personnel back in recent weeks. With probably going back a few more weeks ago, and you had some guys having to come up and play their role. And how have you seen the last probably month and a bit? Been a bit challenging, something that the side obviously has been quite impacted in with injuries.
Yeah, well, we had 12 out at one stage. So the guys that come in did play their role, sort of thing. We dropped the game against Furniture Galley, which we probably shouldn't have, but that was probably more inexperience and just poor decision making at crucial times. But having the guys come back in is they obviously need a bit more time to get their touch back. But it's been a good problem to have, having to come back.
Playing games at Scoresby against Scoresby, it's a very short ground, and obviously a lot of emphasis goes on the midfield. So you're looking for your midfield today to get on top.
Yeah, look, they spread really well from stoppage. So if we can get our hands on the ball before they get it, it's going to be a massive advantage for us.
And Adam Amin down there, he kicked a bag of goals inside and out. But who gets the job on him today?
Oh, Mills will go to him again. Yep.
Good afternoon again, Tony. Great to speak to you. 6 weeks ago, you played the corresponding match. You dominated the first half, and the second half, in reality, Scoresby probably had the better of that. And I remember watching you speak to the team in a huddle on the ground after the game, and I suppose you would have reflected on that game. Was that a little bit of a missed opportunity on that afternoon to probably to really have a four-quarter performance? Because on that afternoon, Scoresby probably made a few inroads into what you were probably doing. So today is probably a good chance to right the wrongs from that afternoon.
Not really. What you guys probably don't understand is we finished with 16 fit players.
Yep.
So we had no rotations. We had 2 players on the ground that couldn't run. So
Yep.
they were always going to get on top at some stage. So I think the boys did really well to hang on. Look, they got within 2 or 3 goals early in that quarter, and then the guys hit back. But we sort of ran out of legs with no rotation, so that really hindered us in that last quarter.
Yep, so a bit of an impact issue there. So in terms of today, when the messages go up onto the whiteboard, what are some of the key things that you think today are going to serve you really well and purposeful to get the desired result?
Look, it's just focusing on what we can control. Get our hands on the ball at the stoppages, lower our eyes, hit targets, spread the ball whenever we can. Get it into the space, and when they get the footy, we just got to lock down. They've got such good ball users that we can't afford to give them a metre.
And also, they're going to have a lot of emotion about their footy club today. I mean, it's a huge day. They're celebrating their centenary milestone. Do you do you have a little bit of trepidation about that? Do you have a little bit of caution? Do you sort of play to that as well, going okay, we know that there might be a little bit of a spillover emotional effect, particularly in the early part of the game, because they'll be up and about a bit?
They'll definitely be up and about early. So once again, we can't control the emotional side from them. We can control our emotions. So we just got to, try to block all that out, kick the first goal sort of thing, and take a little bit of sting out of that.
Yep. Yeah, it's a great way to do it, isn't it?
Yeah. Look, I've noticed Dakota Brooking. I've seen a lot of him play football at Warrandyte. What has he brought to your side, and how have you used him?
Well, last week was his first game.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, so he's coming back from a broken hand or broken wrist, so he's been training with us since November, and then played probably 4 games, I think, in the reserves, and then missed a couple of weeks, been a bit crook.
Yeah.
But he gives us flexibility.
Yeah.
He can go midfield, he can play wing, he can play as a pressure forward. Like you said, he's played a fair bit of footy at Warrandyte, so he knows what to expect.
Yeah.
When you look at the last 3 weeks of the season, is this the ideal run into a final series? You played up at Fenwick Gully, who are a very hard side to beat, particularly at Kings Park. You play Scoresby today again, and then you finish with Knox, who are starting to hit some form. Is that sort of the ideal lead-up that you want going into sides you probably will meet again in September?
Oh, it's definitely the way we wanted to go. If we could have planned that, that's what we would have wanted. We're going to be playing these guys again, in 2 or 3 weeks, so that's a really good lead-in for us.
Training phases at the moment, Tony. What sort of phase do you at some points do you sort of ease off a little bit? Do you vary things up at this time of the year to keep the legs nice and fresh? Do you do other things like other activities to keep the group motivated and focused? Do you get out and sort of spend a little bit more time together, maybe socially? What sort of things can you do just not to repeat the same thing, week after week on a Tuesday and Thursday night?
Oh, probably all the above. We've done that. We had a bit of a loading block from round 10 to round 16, where we worked a lot harder at training, and then on a Tuesday night we'd have a bit of a novelty game sort of night, just a bit of a laugh, bit of bonding for the boys.
What do they like to play when you say novelty games? What are the sort of things that go around at Donvale?
Well, we played a bit of medicine ball rugby, soccer, gridiron, all those sorts of things.
Any stars in the making there?
I would ask them. There's a few of them would tell you playing the wrong game.
Tony, your coaching staff, just tell us who they are and what their jobs are.
Well, Justin Goldsmith, so he was with Colo the whole time. So he's my forwards coach. He's my sort of main assistant. We've got Michael Tout, who runs the midfield for me. So Tout, he's been around for a while. You blokes probably know him. And then Pelly out here, it's his first game back today. He does my backs for me. So
absolutely. It's a big afternoon ahead. We're into the last quarter of the reserve, so I know it's a big afternoon. We'll let you go. A big game today. Donvale playing some really good football, and we're looking forward to seeing how the side goes out this afternoon.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Tony.
The senior coach there, Tony Weeks, has done a great job with the Donvale Football Club. And a big opportunity for the Magpies today as they look to secure the top spot on the ladder. They get a look at Scoresby again coming in towards the final series. It is set to be a big afternoon, Ray.
A very quiet-spoken man, isn't he? It just keeps. I think he'd be like that there out at the huddles as well. Spider, you know more about that.
Yeah, well, he's been around for a long time, and he's very direct and very calm, and just lets his words, reflect and bounce off the group, and I think he's an educator in that way, and just teaches.
But those days of coaches yelling at players, they're gone now. You get through. I'll tell you why, because the teams are younger, and it's no good yelling at young people because they just won't listen.
Well, exactly.
It's the modern coach.
It is, the modern coach.
You've seen that through the AFL Spider, and even someone like a Nathan Buckley is a good story, and how he had to adapt his coaching style. It is a factor that has certainly come into play, and obviously it's very different to everything. We'll touch on that a bit later. That is another conversation for another time, but we will welcome in the Scoresby senior coach, Craig McKenzie. Craig, always a pleasure to speak to you. Massive afternoon for the club. Centenary Day. I'm sure you're very excited to get stuck into it.
Oh, very exciting, yeah. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks for having me. Everyone, welcome.
Nice.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been also probably the first time we've been out, particularly for a Scoresby home game, I'd say maybe 6 or 7 years. Been a long time.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, it's good to have you out here, and hopefully a big day. Good performance from both sides might put on a bit of a show as well. Before
we get into the game side of things and everything, the emotion of the day, obviously it's a big day. There's a lot of past players. Going to be a big crowd out here this afternoon. How much has this been sort of spoken about? Is it spoken much during the week and in the lead up to the game? Has that been mentioned? Obviously, Centenary Day, it's a very famous club with a lot of rich history. How much do you talk about that, and how much do you focus on more on what the actual game factor of things?
Yeah, it's a balance because we really value our history. We value the respect of everyone. We like to respect everyone that's come before us and acknowledge them and whatnot. So we definitely have spoken about it and done some learning and whatnot. But at the same time, we've got a game to win. So it's a balance between being calculated in what we're going to do with the game and not just banking in that it's we're gonna get a win based on energy and excitement. We're actually going to go out there with a calculated game plan. But at the same time, paying homage to everyone that's come before us. I was just in there in the rooms. They've got the little function on in there and listening to some of the people that had been speaking. And a guy was talking about like a footy trip that happened in 1953, and I was
Ray
like,
was on that, I think.
Oh.
that was probably from here to Upper Ferntree Gully.
Yeah, it wasn't far away. Yeah, just down the road. But I love it, and and even a couple of them speaking there got a little bit overwhelmed because of how much it means to them. So we can't ignore that. That's such a big thing. Yeah, and footy clubs do such a great job in the community to make it a second home for a lot of people, and it's been happening at Scoresby for a century, like a lot of other clubs as well. So we should never underestimate that.
Craig, when we first come on air, Spider and I, we've been around the league a long time. We spoke about the dominance of Scoresby through an era there, and then they went down low, nearly disbanded, and now you've come into the club and you've got things resurrected. It must be pleasing to you to see the way that the club has responded to you coming in.
Oh yeah, I love it, Ray. It's something that, like, personally, I'm really proud of, but it's collectively. I certainly haven't done it by myself. I was able to come into a system that, was struggling a little bit, but a lot of people who wanted to work hard, and so, we had the challenges with that because I had to make changes, and how quick do you make those changes? How sensitive you are to the situation they're in. But as soon as we sort of flip the switch with, we're not going to talk about what we were. We're going to talk about what we're going to be. That was really important for us, and. There's still a lot of work to be done, but we're really proud of, I guess, the culture and the atmosphere that we've provided for people to keep coming back. Really love what we're doing. I think when I first turned up, they said the attendance numbers were averaging somewhere around 18 to 20 at a training session, and with 60 plus players on your list, that's not great. So that was my first. How do I make it engaging? How do I make it purposeful? How do I make it something that people want to be part of? And we've worked hard at that, and obviously the rest sorts itself out once you get that good culture going. So.
Good luck today, Craig. Great to speak again. Now, when you look back 6 weeks ago, you played Donvale at their ground, and for the first half, Donvale were all over you. They were on top of the ground. And then in the second half, you started to make inroads into that game. And after the game, you had the group in a bit of a huddle after the game, and you stopped them. What were some of the thought processes, what you mentioned to them after the game, that now you're 6 weeks later, now you get to reaction those things that you might not have totally completed on that afternoon? Yeah,
so, I mean, obviously didn't go to script last time, especially in the first half of the game. I remember a three-quarter time in the last game, I spoke to them, and it was a completely different approach to what I would normally do, and that was about it's exciting. We've got an opportunity here to actually say, this is who we stand for, this is what we are, this is what we stand for, and whatnot. So we obviously there's a few little instructions in there, but rather than honing in on what we're not doing, because we all knew what we weren't doing, and it was funny because we had players still coming off frustrated, and rather than being frustrated, we're just high-fiving anything and everything and getting excited about it. And it just turned the vibe in the game, and you saw that we played with a bit more freedom, and too little too late.
Yeah, because you were frustrated that day. In that first half, there was players coming off, and there was mouth guards getting thrown. Yeah. There was people, getting all upset about things. And then, as you're just alluding to, in that second half, the attitude and the effort changed just gradually. So you have to spin that wheel. Yep. So again today, how do you spin that wheel once again and reflect? Because if things are doing the same and they're not going to plan, can you draw back and go, boys, it's okay. We know what we have to do to click back into this gear.
Yeah, we've actually worked hard at that. Donvale was just probably the side that was able to catch us on the fact that we were acting like that. But there was about a month period there where we're still acting like that, even though we're getting some wins on the board. But it probably stemmed a little bit from around that Basin game to then into the Donvale game, and it wasn't about our ability. It was everything about how we were handling situations. we rolled ourselves back to last year, and we had that what's next mindset all the time. Just move on straight away. It's all right. Whatever's happened, move on. If you sit there and dwell, you're already two minutes behind what's been going on in the game. So we had a big chat about that. We had a big chat about how much we love each other and support each other, and that's what we've created here. And at training, they really get around each other. These guys get around to the netball, to the juniors, they get everywhere. So to lose focus on the fact that we embrace what we do here just because a few things aren't going our way, it was really important to turn that around, and we had to pick that moment and say, this is where it stops. And then obviously at training, we've been working really hard. So even last week when things weren't going our way, there were glimpses of it, but we're actually able to hold our head a little bit higher and say this is what we hold true. And that's one thing that's really important because we'll never go away. We'll keep coming back. We'll keep coming back because we flick the switch really quickly and say, next, what's going to happen next?
So in terms of that, the key message points for today, to start the game well, to get the game on your terms, what are the key things that you're going to have to do and do really well from start to finish to get this four-quarter performance? It's
been an issue for us, our start, and it's not through ability. We know that, so it's about preparation. So a little bit of interruption out there today, but we've been talking about how do we embrace that, and how do we be calculated in what we do. So we've got our plan, but if we're second guessing every single move we make just because something goes against us, then we're going to fall into the same trap again. So we've worked really hard on a plan A, plan B sort of system this week in multiple aspects of the game, so we can quickly call that and work on that really fast. The second one is just back to some fundamentals. So we talk about first touch all the time, and first touch means priority is the footy and whatnot, and when we get caught up in other things, we lose focus on that. So first touch, we'll be shouting it out all the time.
Yeah.
So,
Craig, you obviously have a good leadership group. Is there one of those that is your go-to man?
I wouldn't say one, no. I've got multiple. So Tim DeGeest is our captain, and he's terrific. But the four captains combined, they know I hate titles. I love roles and responsibilities far more, and how they act, and they all do an amazing job. So in that's Cooper Frith, Declan McBean, and Dale Hare. They're the three vice captains with Tim, and they're fantastic. But then you add in the likes of the guys who've come in with some experience. Matty Trainer's fantastic. Tristan Brunning's fantastic. They're all really great, but no one out there doesn't have a voice. We all have a voice, and we know that they're going to be heard, and that's something I embrace. If anyone ever felt like they weren't being heard properly, then I would have an issue with that. And the leaders drive that.
It's feedback, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we do reflections after every game. So every player has a chance online, so every player has a chance to share how they're feeling and what they're doing. And we can sort of pick little trends if someone's really struggling. And then the assistant coaches and myself do a job where we, go and lean on the leaders to help them out. So.
And Craig, I've just had a look. There's 5 minutes left in the reserves game, so we better let you go.
And Ryan was a past Scoresby player.
I know. Yeah, he should be in there. He should be.
I was waiting for the call. I thought I was going to be speaking to the boys.
Talking about the under-15Ds.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, no, we'll let you go. It's a big afternoon for you, for the club. And still, top spot still is up for grabs this season, so there is still that to play for as well. All the best this afternoon, and hopefully for your sake, another win for the Magpies.
Thanks, guys. Have a good call.
Thanks, Craig.
Thanks, Craig.
Good luck,
mate.
Thanks. The senior coach of the Scoresby Football Club is the Premiership coach of last year, leading this side forward to another final series in 2025. But we're going to take a quick break here, and then we're going to be back with some more games around the grounds, going through everything on a big weekend of AFNL football.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. Scoresby taking on Donvale in a big 1v2 Division 3 clash. Currently in the development squad game between the Magpies, or both Magpies, they're both Magpies, Scoresby and Donvale. Donvale are winning 13-13, 91 to 4-7-31. Just a minute and a half before the final siren in this game. And there is a bit of a break because they are doing a presentation on the field. I believe the cups are coming out. There's obviously Centenary, Dave. You've just joined us out here at Scoresby Football Club. I don't think we'll be able to pick it up from an audio perspective.
Yeah, it depends on what they're doing for their. Yeah, I don't know if they've got speakers they're dragging out or not, but
I reckon it'll be Paul Giannopoulos going out on the field.
Actually, I mean, we could probably get Kate or Oscar to take one of the mics over there and we'll pick it up.
Yeah, okay. Well,
maybe we'll see how we go.
We might look into that, see if that is possible when that all starts happening out on the grounds. But before then, we'll keep going through some of the games. Great to have both coaches on, both Tony Weeks
great
and
insight, wasn't it?
Craig McKenzie, and also to hear a bit more about the emotion behind the day as well from Craig. And it's certainly very interesting afternoon ahead. We were talking about, we went through Division 4, 3, Division 2 to sort of sum up the key games here. Mulgrave have a chance to lock up officially their spot in the 5 by defeating Heathmont. Heathmont need to keep winning if they are to play finals. They've got to get an upset. In saying that, they did have a great win at Mulgrave Reserve earlier in the season, so I'm fascinated by that game. Croydon play East Burwood. You'd expect them to win. They get Rhett Jordan back in.
They've got to tread carefully, though. I mean,
absolutely. They've got
an away game.
And Fraser Smith's back in, isn't he?
I think he's still out of the side.
He's still out, is he? I thought he was back. Okay.
So no Fraser Smith and no Matt McKenzie. A couple of really key players. That's why I'm so surprised they won last week and won so comfortably against Mulgrave. But that's got something on the line. And the Waverley Blues take on Wantirna South. Ringwood take on Temple. So those two sides still in the mix as well, but their games you find it hard to see either of those sides winning. Heathmont Mulgrave probably strikes me as an interesting one.
That's the 50-50 game, I think.
Well, Spider, how do you get a read on the Jets? Because
you just can't.
Well, yeah, you're right, because there's I certainly wouldn't be surprised if we look at the score and they're 5 goals up early on and had a great performance, but it also wouldn't surprise me if they're 5 goals down at quarter time.
That's right. I mean, Heathmont have had a bit of a yo-yo season, let's be totally truthful about it. They've had some good moments and then they've had some really poor ones as well. And they've had some personnel issues which which have certainly hurt them and fractured them a little bit just with injuries, etc. So, look, a big challenge for them coming up against a Mulgrave team that will be coming off the back of last week's performance. So, Mulgrave will really want to set their chances, and they want to get their form back on a better scale. So for them, really important today. And they need to start the game well, Mulgrave, because you always tend to find when Mulgrave don't start the game well, things tend to go a bit haywire for them. But they'll really need to put a four-quarter performance together today down at Heathmont and really prove that they're still got some finals credentials.
Yeah, well, I'm going for Mulgrave. I still don't get a read on Heathmont. I think they're too unpredictable, and I do think Mulgrave are a side that I like. After they're coming off a loss, they do usually defend pretty well.
Yeah, they have been a side that's responded pretty well. So, look, I still think they're a quality side, and I expect them to win this game. But Heathmont, you just never know what might happen on any given day with their performances.
Yeah, it's a fascinating one. That's a lot on the line. If the Lions do lose this, they do at the moment they're pretty safe in the top 5. But they finished with Wantirna South and Templestowe. They don't want to be relying on needing to win one of those games to guarantee they play. Even if they lost all 3, with the way the season is going, they probably still make it. But
that's not a good way to go into a finals campaign for them.
Not.
I think if they gone into a finals campaign with some wins, then you really give them a chance to potentially win a couple of finals and have and go deep. But it's just how deep they go. They've got to get a bit of consistency about their footy.
Yeah, I agree. Division 1 this weekend, we mentioned this on the podcast yesterday, the biggest game is that Park Orchards-Baroni game. The other games, when you look at it, there's, of course, we do have actually, if you're watching on from Facebook or YouTube, currently at the moment we've got on the screen the Cups on the field, and it looks like Master of Ceremonies, Paul Giannopoulos, might be about to
directing traffic at the moment.
How many cups can we see there?
Oh, well, I'm counting at least 6 or 7 in front of us there.
4, 5, 6, maybe 7.
Yeah, and they're probably senior flags and they're senior premiership cups, and there's probably a couple of under 18 ones
and a reserve one.
And a reserve
2 years ago.
Yeah, they had a really good reserve. They had a really good Colts team back in 2004. And a couple of those guys went on to play in that 2006 premiership team too. So
we'll hopefully actually be able to pick up some of this audio potentially. We've got, we might not be able to get that in fact, but great to see. You've got the players out on the field at the moment, the reserves there already lining up. The seniors for both sides at the moment training. But
Kate Green doing a sprint across the field there.
Not much.
So we might actually...
People still refer to it, Exeter Reserve, named after the late Edward Exeter, who was the founding father of the Scoresby Football Club way back in 1924. Today, we're all here to celebrate 100 years of this great club that means so much to us all. Since 1925, there have been many highs, and like every club, plenty of lows. But the one thing that has always separated the Scoresby Football Club from all others is our people. As you look around today, you'll see many faces that have been involved in the club in one way or another from generation upon generation. The Scoresby Football Club may never have been a rich club in terms of money, but it always had something other clubs didn't, and that was great people. And it's what made the Scoresby Football Club the special club it has been for the last 100 years. Now we're going to take time to celebrate the crowning glories of those last 100 years and honour the past legends of this magnificent club. And firstly, we're going to go just recently to where we got recent premiership in 2024 and welcome up our current senior coach, Craig McKenzie, with the 2024 Premiership Cup. And what was a huge win for the club after a tough slide down the divisions over the previous decade, Scoresby read out big winners at East Ringwood Reserve, 16-13, 109 to Whitehorse, 3-10, 28. I give a big round of applause for Craig as he embarks on another final series this year with the club. To coincide with our senior premiership, our reserves have been a tower of strength over the last couple of years, going back to back. And now I'd like to welcome up onto the stage Nathan Hicks and Vice Captain Dale Hardman. Scoresby Reserves capped off an amazing 24 season with a big win last year against Corridor North, going back to back like I mentioned, 7-7-49 to 5-4-34. Big round of applause for current coach Nathan Hicks and Dale Hardman. Our next one is a special premiership in Scoresby Football Club history. After a 29-year wait, Christian Barsley delivered ultimate glory back to the club with a last quarter masterclass as we ran our victors over the Brett Radden coach Nord in the Eastern Football League Division 2 Grand Final at Verona Reserve. Welcome up on the stage, Christian Barsley and captain and club champion Kevin Gola. Final scores that day were 12-22-94 to Nord 11-9-75. Big round of applause for our 2006 captain and coach. Kick-starting that magic day for the club in 2006, the Scoresby Reserves started the day in style. Over a red-hot Roval side, over at Verona there, the club ran out winners 13-10-88 to 5-11-41. And to come up onto the stage, the captain that year from the 2006 Premiership Reserve sides for Division 2, Captain Jeremy Fraser. Big round of applause for Chairs. Big day for the club. Now we go back to where it all started, 1947, our very first premiership. The club was then playing in the Dandenong District Football Association. And we were B-grade premiers that day, defeating Dandenong 12-12-91 to Dandenong 9-17-71. Jack Dander kicked 109 goals for the club that year. I'd like you to welcome up onto the ground Linda Towner Llewellyn, her dad Lyle and Uncle Reg Towner were key members of this historic side. Our first premiership for the club. A little one. He made him small back then. Alright, next. After a 13-year wait and a change of competitions, the club won its second senior premiership after coming from fourth to beat a red-hot Surrey Hills. 9-11-65 to 8-9-57. To welcome up for the 1959 Premiership team, George Gill. Big round of applause for George. Next up we have the golden generation for the Scoresby Football Club. From 1962 to 1965, the club would win 4 premierships in a row in the Eastern Districts Football League. It started off in 1962, where Scoresby defeated Mulgrave at Croydon Oval, 13-12-90 to 11-12-78. In 1963, we'd go back-to-back, defeating Bayswater at Verona Park, 13-8-86 to 9-11-65. In 1962, we defeated Mulgrave at Croydon Oval, 13-12-90 to 11-12-78. And in 1964, the club would win its last 4th flag in a row, defeating Warrandyte 12-20-92 to Warrandyte 10-9-69. Bad line. And 1965, we defeated Percher Gully at Verona Park, 14-30-97 to 11-9-75. The club had many greats during this period, with Cliff Eade winning the league best and fairest in 1963. And one of the two of the club greats from this era, both premiership players during the magical 60s, I welcome up Bruce Forsyth and Pete Downwood. Big round of applause. Okay, next, 1977, the crowning glory in Scoresby Football Club history. Our one and only Eastern Football League First Division Premiership. After that historic run in the 1960s, the club was eventually promoted to the Eastern Football League First Division in 66. And it didn't take long for the team to find its feet in the top division. The team was runners-up in 1970, 72 and 76 before finally getting the ultimate prize in 1977 against East Ringwood at City Oval. 15-14-104 to 15-11-100. John Eagles coached this side to glory, and today we welcome up 300-game legend to collect the 1977 Division 1 Premiership Cup, Peter Brennan. To complement our seniors, the Scoresby Football Club juniors were always a power of the Eastern Football League in the last 100 years. The club has won 5 under-18 Division 1 premierships in 82, 90, 2004, 2011 and 2012, as well as being runner-up in 2005, 2006 and 2009. We also won an under-17s premiership in 2015 and an under-16 premiership in 1998. To collect one of the many underage cups the club won during this period, I welcome up 2 club greats, Craig Bain and 300 game champion Matthew Korchek. Thanks, guys. But it's not just football that we've excelled in over the years. We've also been very successful at netball. Just last night, our current Scoresby netball side won through to a grand final as they look to emulate our powerhouse netball team from 2016, which won the Division 1 Premiership. To come up next, our captain from that era in the 2016 Division 1 or Premier Division grand final, Harley Fraser. And last but not least, the old boys. After starting up in 2012, the Scoresby vet team didn't take long to stamp their authority in the over 35s EFNL competition. After narrow grand final losses in both 2015 and 2017, the club capped off an undefeated season in 2018 against South Croydon at Lilydale Reserve. The team's still going strong today, and they'll enter another finals campaign next week at home against North Ringwood as they look to collect another premiership. From that 2018 Premiership team, we have coach Steve Olorenshaw and Vets Games record holder David Cosson. So what a journey it has been over the last 100 years. And today, as we celebrate the past, we look to the future, and the future is now. The current Scoresby team has rose to the challenge of Third Division, but today they face a huge test as they face a strong Donvale outfit for top spot on the Eastern Division 3 ladder. So, as we get ready to welcome out the team, let's make sure we give them a big Scoresby welcome when they come out, led by Captain Timmy DeGeese.
So currently, if you've been listening on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, Paul Giannopoulos from the Scoresby Football Club presenting those Premiership Cups and welcoming back some legends of the club to be able to take a photo with those in a special day for the Scoresby Football Netball Club. The senior side is about to run out onto the field, Spider, but
fabulous ceremony,
yeah,
and well done to Paul Giannopoulos and everyone associated with the organisation of that that ceremony and who put it together. And it was great to see all the famous names, and that's not just football but netball as well. So it shows the inclusiveness that football and netball club have in the way that they welcome people into their environment. So it's it just goes to show you that their history, they recognise it over the 100 years. So well done to everyone, and it does bring back a few memories with all those people getting up onto the stage and being recognised and remembering their time when they held up the ultimate prize.
And Spider, it also makes you realise what local football and local sport in general mean to the general public as well.
Absolutely, and I just saw that Craig Bain, he's been a wonderful person for Scoresby, currently involved with the Western Bulldogs and Luke Beveridge, so he gets around, Craig Bain, but he was a terrific player. Matty Krawczyk, Paul Giannopoulos was a great player in his own right, David Cosson, I mean, they're just names that roll off the tongue. Kevin Griola, I mean, they're just guys that are simply legends of this football
Even
club.
Paul Giannopoulos himself.
Well, Paul Giannopoulos, he was a terrific player,
Yeah, you would have seen a fair bit of him play.
Played at Ferntree Gully Roval.
Played against Paul as well.
We're going to go to an ad break for our Radio Eastern listeners, but if you keep watching on Facebook and YouTube, you will be able to see the Scoresby side run out. In fact, we're going to hold for a second because here they come, the senior side. in a special day for the club. This is great to see. They'll be running through the banner out here onto Scoresby Recreation Reserve with the song in the background. Special moment for the Scoresby Football Club, led by Tim DeGeese, the senior captain of the side. Great to see they're running out in their heritage jumper for their Centenary Day. We're going to take one break here before we jump into the action for the Eastland match of the round and bring in the call team. It's Scoresby taking on Donvale.
Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Scoresby Recreation Reserve for the Eastland EFNL Match of the Round. It's Division 3 action, top of the table clash on Scoresby Magpies' very special day, the Centenary. They're playing against Donvale, top of the table, Scoresby in second, Scoresby just the one win and percentage off the top spot in third division. My name is Jared Bainland. I'll be commentating today alongside media manager of the Eastern Footy and Netball League.
Former Scoresby player.
Former Scoresby player, Ryan Long, of course.
Yeah, former Scoresby junior great, 98 games of pure quality.
You can get your name on the locker though.
No. But thank you for having me, Jared. It's a fantastic day. Conditions are absolutely perfect this time of year. The sun's shining. It's a massive day for, obviously, Scoresby for their Centenary Day, and just as big for Donvale, who today, if they do win, will secure top spot and the Minor Premiership the first week off on the final series. So plenty to play for this afternoon. Really looking forward to seeing how it all goes down.
Indeed. And you heard them both on the pre-game show along with Ryan. We've got in the special comments chair Ray Baird and Matt Spiderly. Gentlemen, I'm very much looking forward to this one. How do you both feel about it?
Well, I'm really intrigued to how this game's going to start because obviously the last time the two teams met, Donvale flew out of the gates and Scoresby really weren't ready for it. So, as Craig McKenzie alluded to in the pre-game, they've got to be on guard for that and they've got to start the game a lot better. So, it's going to be a challenge for them. I think they're going to have a lot of emotion in the game early. So, if they can control that emotion and and that calmness and have a good balance in that, but focus on what they've got to do, then they'll give themselves a good opportunity. And I think just trying to play solid 4 quarters of football and not trying to leave it to the back end of the game. But Donvale, big challenge for them, playing away from home, and they're just got to continue on, putting some really good form going into a finals campaign. But as we alluded to, the competition has narrowed and it's getting a lot tighter. So I think Scoresby are a really good chance to win this game today, Ray. I'm actually tipping them.
I've tipped
on the way that they might play the ground a bit better.
Yeah, I've tipped Scoresby. I just think that they're going to get up because of the occasion of what it is. There's nothing between these two sides. Let's say that from the start. But on their home ground and and the dry weather conditions, I just think they might have a little bit too much outside run. Having said that, I do love the attack on the ball carrier that Donvale bring.
Yeah, they're a very physical team, aren't they?
If they can bring that, well, they're going to be in this contest. I'm picking Scoresby, but I think it's going to be about maximum 15 points.
Yeah, I think around about the 10-point margin. I think Scoresby will win. I just think we're in for a team that likes to move the ball nice and quick versus a physical team that's going to put a lot of pressure on the ball carrier. Yep.
Ryan, before last week, we were sort of touting Scoresby as the more consistent team, aside for ahead of Donvale in that fact, and then they went up to Sylvan and do what a lot of teams do and drop a game there up there to the Cats. Donvale, of course, survived a scare at Kings Park against Upper Ferntree Gully. Just the 1 point could have easily been a loss if it weren't for a kick after the siren that went wayward for the Kings. How do you feel about these two teams coming up against each other in this late part of the season?
Oh, I think it's great. But as a prelim for the finals, they're obviously going to meet again in a fortnight or whatever it is, and I just think it's a good test for them to see how they go. Unless it's a huge blowout either way, I don't think the result's going to affect the loser anyway.
It's a great opportunity because both sides will play each other in the final series. We're almost certain of it.
And it's a game that coaches might even experiment with, try something different now rather than wait to that final.
Yeah, that's a good point, and we've talked about this quite a bit in the pre-game, but that game earlier on in the season was quite fascinating, Jared, where Donvale got out to a big lead. It was 51 points at one stage, and then Scoresby started to wind that in and try a few different things. But, looking forward to it. I've actually tipped Scoresby just.
Yeah, I'm also going for Scoresby on this one. I think the day is pretty massive. I do think that we can chalk the game at Sylvan up to a little bit of an aberration, a little bit of that Sylvan expertise of their own home ground, which is quite a unique one. I'm just looking out to see if we do have our boundary riders in position. Of course, we've got Oscar Luca and Kate Green down on the boundary line. I do see them up and ready with their headsets on. Guys, how do you feel about the game today, and what are the conditions on ground level?
Afternoon, gents. Great conditions down here. The sun's out, the skies are blue, and it's going to be a big game for Scoresby, obviously their centenary match, so we're excited down here, ground level.
Hi, gentlemen. Nice to be back on the men's boundary. I think it's going to be a great game. I feel it's going to be a close one, and I think from memory, I actually picked Donvale.
Thank you very much. It's so we've pretty much Scoresby across the board, except for Kate, it sounds like. As the umpire holds the ball aloft, and it's Ryan Long to call us in to this match.
Big day for the Scoresby Football Club, Centenary Day, 1v2. Donvale looking to clinch top spot. They get the clearance forward through Tout, inside 50 for the first time in the afternoon. Murphy was out the back, but it was picked up by Walnerek, who put on the left boot, and that ball travels out of bounds on the full. And Donvale will take possession of this and get a second chance of going inside 50. Loading up there, Tom Goldsmith towards the hot spot. Punch from behind, away from Duncan, who's wrapped up in a tackle here, and will get a stoppage inside 50, 30 seconds into this first quarter. He had a big afternoon last time. The two sides met, kicked the 7 goals. The Scoresby exit their back half. Cooper Frith out the back there is Storr, trying to trap this one. He does. Now he's wrapped up. The umpire says, give it to me. We'll get a ball up. Back in the middle of the ground. Great to be out at Scoresby Recreation Reserve for the first time in a long time. As Fritz puts the ball on the boot inside 50. Hicks was in front position. Sport from behind. Cameron doing the work to mop that one up. Got the handball back to Zalek, who has a short option, who finds him in Higney.
So Donvale to play on with this one. Mark on the outer side. And they're just going to assess their options. Scoresby looking up the space pretty well at the moment. And that was exemplified by Warnerick nearly taking the mark. Bart at ground level. Rouser managed to lay hands on it. And now it's come to Wignall. This is Kyle Wignall. One-on-one in the forward line for Donvale. And it's Nick Murphy who outmuscled his man.
Great body work by Murphy then. He held his opponent out with one hand and marked the ball with the other.
And also the slow play, looked up and then went fast into the forward line. That's what they'll be looking for early in this game.
This is something we might see pretty often today. Donvale are going to Murphy, who is back into the side this week. And he spears home the first of the day. First blood, go to Donvale.
And he kicked it from about 10 metres out and put it in Bunnings car park.
It's going to be a fair kick to reach Bunnings from here, but great start for Nick Murphy. He's first of the afternoon.
And that's what he did, Ryan, last time. Exactly the same thing. They got off to this early start, got that early goal, and they do it from that slow play, build up the pressure, then go fast into the forward, put pressure on the Scoresby defenders.
So it'll be a big test for Scoresby not to let Donvale get on top early, particularly in this first term. We saw that happen last time the two sides met, and it was really the Murphy and Duncan show up forward. Murphy gets his first of the afternoon. He'll be happy with that to get on the board as we get back in the middle and do it all again. 1 straight 6 Donvale. Scoresby yet to score. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, Facebook and YouTube. As Donvale look to go forward through Wignall. Scoresby travelling backwards. Wolnerek out towards the far side. Camilleri was at the back, used his body well, handballs it over the top. Here's Mason Storr, best on ground in last year's grand final. Kick towards goal for his first, just to the left. So a minor score, 1 behind to Scoresby. Donvale 1 straight 6. We played 3.5 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Very good ball movement then, Spider, by Scoresby.
Yeah, Camilleri was in the frame early like he was last time the two teams met.
Max Otten, the wily veteran, former Templestowe, former Blackburn man, to kick this ball in. He's definitely found a home at full back for Donvale in the latter part of his career. However, the kick was dropped, however, by his teammate, and a tackle laid very well by, that looks like Delrain.
It was like a fox just waiting it on its prey, wasn't it, that tackle?
He was hunting it, definitely. Rouser now able to bustle his way out of traffic, manages to release the handball. Heaney now kicks it onto the outer side. Djordjevic is the target. Good hands there, safe mark. And his kick, well, it ended up being a little wayward.
Was smothered off the boot, actually.
I see. So it's going to be a ball in on the outer side.
Rouser, a big inclusion for Donvale this afternoon. He was missing the last time the two teams met. He'll play a big role this afternoon.
So back into play. Curry got the tap down, and it comes now to Matthew Traynor. One of Scoresby's best for the year, no doubt. Zalek couldn't handle the mark for Donvale, and it's fed out wide. It's come to Chris Tout, one of 3 Touts playing today. Rouser takes the mark down the line.
There's a tribe of them.
Looking for options. Duncan is down there, but he goes a little bit short. Day came up to meet it. Has Wolnerek for company. Djordjevic there as well for backup, but Wolnerek just steals a march on the both of them. Manages to get a long kick down towards left half forward for Scoresby. And it's going to be a ball in. Bit of consternation at the marking contest, but the umpire not giving away any free kicks there.
I hate to be the school teacher, Jared, but there's only 2 touts out there today.
Oh.
Jack's pulled out.
Jack has pulled out, right? I wasn't crossed.
Michael's involved as well, so they've all got some involvement, right? It's not a footy game at Donvale without the touts involved.
So back into the umpire's hands it goes. Fighting for it at ground level. It's now come to Frith. Cooper Frith, that was. His kick was smothered, comes off the hands of Heaney, and Donvale were able to recover the ball through McCormick. Cameron fighting hard for it at ground level. No, that was Liardi, in fact. And it's going to be a ball up in the centre of the ground.
Very good play by Dim DeGeese, the Scoresby captain, then to stop that runner going forward.
Absolutely, as we get a ball up in the middle of the ground again. The kick forward was a quick one from Trainer, 1-on-1. Hicks doing well just to make a contest of this. In fact, he has given away a free kick.
He said he threw it, the umpire.
Oh, so no, free kick. Yes, you're right. So free kick for Scoresby and potentially in range here. So we're kicking from just outside the arc.
Yeah, probably need his best kick, I think.
So lining up, big kick. It's on its way. It's a great kick. It's right through the middle. First on the board for Scoresby. They move to 1-1-7. Donvale 1 straight 6.
Yeah, that's a bit of a nerve settler for the Magpies. Scoresby variety, they'll be happy to get that goal and they've got themselves on the board and they'll bring some confidence from that.
By the pre-game, we spoke about the ferocity on the ball player by Donvale, but I tell you what, Scoresby's been the one doing all the ferocious tackling.
Yeah,
so
they
far.
have, yeah. Absolutely. I think that at this point in time, Craig McKenzie would be happy with that, the way that they're intent around the ball.
Matthew Trainer's getting a lot of the football out of the stoppages as well.
Yep. Yeah, that's what he's very good at.
Back into the middle. 1 goal apiece. The tap was roved by the opposition player. So Donvale nearly got away with it, but a good tackle laid by Captain De Geest. Back in for the Centenary game for Scoresby. Frith trying to bustle it out. Humphreys now shares it with Trainer, and now onto the other side with De Geest. Manages to get a kick away under duress. This is Coulthard trying to work his way into some space. Back to Brunning. His kick was smothered, but could be effective. No, Cameron was able to mop it up. Now taking it away is Donvale. A good tackle laid on Chris Tout. No, nothing doing from the umpire's perspective, so Kazazada's having to mop it up there. And Scoresby are going to try and centre the ball to Geest. Couldn't quite take the mark. Rouser there at ground level, hands it to Cameron. A lot of pressure around this ball, but Donvale are able to work their way out it. Wignall, high ball inside forward 50. The pack goes up now, bounces back down to ground, and Scoresby to take it away. No mark taken by Trainer. Gee, he was beaten to it quite handily by Zalek. However, Coulthard's there for company. And Liardi was able to stop him going on with it. Now, right next to the effects mic as well, so we can hear plenty of what's going on out there.
It's a hot footy at the moment.
Indeed. Rouser able to hunt this one. No, De Geest thwarted him. Coming through was the ruckman Humphreys for Donvale. However, he had it stolen by Hare. It is a hot footy, Spider, you're absolutely right, but Cameron was able to take the intercept mark. And Donvale will reload.
So Cameron now towards half forward. And in front there, Brunning was able to take the intercept mark. Saw Duncan at the back trying to get there in time. Ball out on the wing. Ryan Hicks chasing this one. Picked it up cleanly. Got the handball over the top. Bounced didn't favour anyone. And it goes into the hands now of Donvale, who can make their move through Max Odden. Odden towards centre half forward. Again in front position. Was a Scoresby player who was able to take the mark. A great mark there by Luke Plumridge, who looks to play on straight away. Bouncing in front of Dale Hare. Bit of work for him to do. Got the long sleeves under the jumper. Just gets away in time. Towards us. Centre wing. And a great mark in defence here for the Magpies. Playing it on Liardi. A lot of black jumpers there, but they couldn't take the mark. And here's Jordovic looking to make something out of nothing. He finds the footy. Was he crunched in time? Got the handball away to Rouser. Rouser goes backwards. And they do it right through Sinisic, who finds Duncan. And they didn't panic, and they've used the ball well to now have a set shot on goal.
Under immense pressure there, the forward effort by Donvale, but eventually they got their reward, Spider.
Yeah, they did. And they just worked hard by pushing the ball forward, and that's the way they've got to do it at this point in the game, just to try and see if they can break this momentum from Scoresby.
Kick 7 the last time these two sides met. Ethan Beefy Duncan.
Yeah, he's a big man.
Will line up for his first of the afternoon. Duncan comes in and makes no mistake. He's got his first. Donvale have got their second. They move to 2 straight 12. Scoresby 1-1-7. 10 minutes gone first term.
Well, was this a way that they moved the ball through there? They just pushed their way through, bullied their way through, And in the end, Duncan got the opportunity, Ray. So they're giving themselves early looks. So Scoresby have got to make a little bit more of it when they get that chance to intercept and then transition the ball in offence. And that Plumbridge did the right thing early, but just didn't quite execute enough.
With players like Duncan, Murphy and Djordjevic down the forward line, it doesn't have to be a perfect kick and they'll make something good of it.
Yeah, and the execution today on a day like today is really important, especially when you're intercepting on that half-back line.
We'll have a secondary ball up in the middle as Hare wrapped up Sinisic. Humphrey versus Curry. Curry for Donvale was able to tap it down. Frith trying to bustle his way through. Rouser just stole it from him, stole a march. He was in the middle of a lot of traffic but managed to get a clear kick away. Good fist forward by Riley Frith. Walnerick tackled. Donvale will feast on this opportunity. Duncan gets it out to space. There was no one really there, so Tout had to run onto it. He's under a bit of pressure, has to centre the ball up, was going the wrong way a little bit, and the mark's been taken by the veteran Rouser. And is going to be lining up for Donvale's third of the day. James Rouser back in recently. He's only played the 3 games thus far this year. Very important cog in the Donvale's finals campaign, no doubt. 6 goals on the year, however, from those 3 games. He has been successful going forward.
Missed.
Plenty through his career, but not this time, so just the one behind.
Such a damaging midfielder is Rouser. If he gets his hands on it in that forward area, he normally finishes.
He's a midfielder, Spider, that gets meterage when he gets the ball. He picks it up and he's off.
Yep. So Scoresby out of defence. The mark was taken by Frith. Looks to pass it on as they use that outer wing. The lead-up mark from Camilleri. Moved it on quickly. The handball back. And they move this down now inside their forward half. Ryan Hicks has the first of the day for the Magpies. Goes towards the top of the square in the Amin direction. Sport from behind. Doing well there was Nathan Mill. And now all the numbers for Donvale. Odden's kick, though, wasn't the best one, and it bounces out of bounds.
Spider, 2 different stories when sides going into the forward 50. When it goes down Donvale's end, there's players in there everywhere. Scoresby's got a far more open forward 50.
They do, yeah, but it's also Milne who did so well there too, just to clear that ball.
So back into play again. A big opportunity here for the Magpies. Coulthard sold some candy and put it towards goal, but the mark was taken by Odden on the last line of defence here for the Magpies. 13 minutes gone first term. Donvale leading 2-1-13 to 1-1-7 Scoresby. Turnover kick from Odden and inside 50. Great hit up. There was a great kick there by Mitchell Walker, who finds Ryan Hicks, who can go back for his second.
Yeah,
well, just playing turnover, isn't it?
Yeah, playing on from that mark. All the Donvale guys weren't aware of it. They were all caught napping on that occasion.
Yeah, it was a great kick there from Walker off the left boot. It just waited perfectly for Ryan Hicks to mark it on the chest, and he goes back, lining up, and this kick stays left, and it might even
missed everything.
Miss everything, so no score. And that will be Donvale's kick in the back pocket for them. 2-1-13, they lead Scoresby 1-1-7.
You just got to make everything happen when you get that forward half turnover. If you've got to make them pay.
Someone yelled out, hit the scoreboard, and that's what he tried to do. Kick it.
Didn't hit the scoreboard in the actual reality.
Literally did it, mate.
Yeah, no.
Nathan Mill. It was a long kick out of defence. Now a whistle's gone and the free kick's been given away, and it's gone the way of Scoresby. Tristan Brunning to take the free kick. Kick and a half from home for the home team. Plenty of hair, plenty of ink on Tristan Brunning. He's going to set it to the hot spot. Just comes off hands. Opportunity here for Cooper Frith. Slams it onto the boot and just misses. So peppering away. Scoresby, they move to 1-2-8. Donvale to 1-13. We're 14 and a half minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
But that's where they're dangerous, Jared. Forward half stoppage. We saw it early in the year when they played.
Yeah, certainly right, as Odden will bring in the ball for the Magpies of Donvale. Has the short option and finds him. In the back pocket here, the Magpies, 15 minutes gone in the first quarter. No side really having a strong influence just yet. McCormack hits up Mill. Got a big task ahead of him on Amin today. Down the line, cut off here by the Magpies. Amin's handball was intercepted, and we'll get a ball up right in front of the Scoresby faithful. Big crowd out there on the outer side.
That's massive, isn't it?
Centenary Day. Slap forward. Frith with the handball off to Camilleri. Camilleri's left boot towards the half-forward line. Store, little smart tap in front of himself. It was cut off by Cameron and then spoiled across the line. So we'll get a boundary throw in.
What Scoresby are doing really well, obviously Donvale think they're going to go to a min when they go inside their 50, but Ryan Hicks is down there and he's just equally as dangerous.
Yeah, playing the decoy, isn't he?
That's right.
Yeah, the experienced Hicks has started this game off well. Boundary throw in now. In front position. Looking to get this one with Zalek, was wrapped up and brought to the ground, and we'll do it all again.
So out on the outer side, it's a little bit tense at the moment. No team really breaking away. Now it was Coulthard trying to break away there from that contest. Cameron ended up with it, however. Tackled was Zalek for Donvale, but they retain possession, do the ladder leaders. Not for long, however. Intercept mark taken. Now they're going to try and chip it wide. Wolnarek in the centre of the ground, looking for options on the near side. De Geest, he's been set a task, and Heaney tries to challenge him with that. Donvale pile on top of De Geest, and the Scoresby captain can't go anywhere.
Gee, Spider, that was a real lazy effort to get to that football. He could have marked that on the
Yeah, it
full.
was. Yeah, he just sort of was going through the motions.
You don't want your captain putting an example like that in.
And it thwarts an attack and creates an opportunity for Donvale here. Wignall was tackled out of it. Frith putting on pressure as well. And we'll have another ball up.
It just shows you that Donvale are going to be tackling in numbers.
Neither team has ascendancy just yet, but it was Frith to get the handball away. Camilleri had to turn tackler, however. Thought a high tackle was laid there, but Donvale, they're going to take it away anyway. Strong mark taken. This is Tom Tout. He's going to go for the man leading up into the pocket, and that's Ethan Duncan.
It's just an efficiency game. I mean, when they go in, Donvale, they look like they're just going to score. Like, they've got the players there to mark and have an option, don't they?
Yeah, they certainly do.
48 goals for the year. Make that 49 as Ethan Duncan slots it home. No, just the 1 point.
Jared.
He celebrated, and that fooled me.
Getting excited there, Jared.
Yeah, I think he tried to fool the goal umpire, actually.
Well,
settle him down, Ryan.
He had one victim.
Yeah, well, he certainly did. Yeah, we'll go down to the boundary, Kate Green.
Just with that kick from where Oscar and I were, it actually did go through the talls.
Thank you, Kate.
I think it was the right call.
Yeah.
They've got an interesting goalpost down here. It looks like it is quite bent on that end of the ground. There's a great intercept mark is taken here for Donvale. Riley Curry back in the direction of Duncan and Murphy. Duncan takes the mark, and no free kick against the Magpies of Donvale. So Ethan Duncan will go back and take the set shot. Pretty good luxury to have both Duncan and Murphy ready to raffle it off on that one.
It's an amazing forward line combination.
Could have gone either way.
Well, 4 of them went up there, and he was the guy at the back that stayed on the ground.
Yeah, just
fell on his lap.
Judged it very well. He missed the last goal, and now is lining up for his second of the afternoon once again. Much better angle for him. Coming out from 25 metres out, the kick makes no mistake. That one definitely is through the middle. Donvale's third, 3-2-20 to Scoresby 1-2-8. 19 minutes gone in the first term.
Well, it's just
Premier Division scores: East Ringwood 2 goals, Blackburn 2 goals, Baldwin 2 behind, Doncaster East 1 goal 2-8, Noble Park 3 straight goals to Vermont 1-2-8, no score from Roval, South Croydon 1, Mitcham 3.
Some interesting scores there to start the day.
Thank you very much for that, Ray.
No score from Rowville. Not good enough, Dre.
Well, they usually send it to me at quarter time.
And the goalposts, they've probably been here for about 100 years too, but they've probably changed since they've been here.
Curry went up for that one for Donvale. No clear possession just yet until Scoresby were able to get that. He was challenged for it, the Scoresby man, so the ball is now back in dispute and in the hands of Donvale. The kick just hit the wrong part of the ball. There did Adam Cameron, and it went out on the full. So Marshall to take the free kick. Kicks it to the centre, and Scoresby to go forward with this one. Can they be a bit more efficient going forward this time? It was a 1-on-2 situation, so they were never really going to challenge there from that entry. So out of bounds it goes.
It's just an identical thing from when these two teams played last time with Scoresby, the way they've gone into their fore early in the game.
So back into play it comes. Hunting for it was Tout. Well, hands on the ball now. It was Trainer, snaps it to the top of the goal square. Amin nearly. Mill, last line of defence. Little composed kick into the pocket. It had to be good, and Adam Cameron made sure of it. He's going to exit defence for Donvale. Sliding mark taken on the outer side, and it's Tom Goldsmith who's going to load up, try and send Donvale back into attack. They've got a couple of more hurdles to beat. Can they overcome Walnerek? Not quite. Rouser is there. Djordjevic for company. Kick off the ground by Rouser was clever. Allows Djordjevic to run onto it. Kazizada put himself in the way. And the pack converged. And Scoresby were able to slam the brakes on that attack of Donvale.
Cameron's been busy early for Donvale when he's got ball in hand.
Tapped down by Humphreys. Now Trainer to escape from the clearance with the ball. Kicks it to Hicks. He has to handball it backwards. Camilleri has a bit of time and space to weigh his options up. Kick it. Good mark taken by Mason Storr. Tried to play on. Oh no. And he's been tackled, and that's got to be holding the ball at this point unless the umpire has mercy. Not at all.
No, there will be... Sorry, I just lost my voice. That will be a ball up, though. But you're right. A letter of the law that's holding the ball then if it's not a mark. But he's given him the benefit of the doubt as Dalhair went to don't argue and then kicked it into Rouser. Rouser will get himself a free kick here because Dalhair threw him off the ball.
But just going back to that was holding the ball. He played on.
It was.
It
was, but they give him the benefit of the doubt always when
well,
that
it was
happens.
in front of the Scoresby faithful.
And yes, they've got to be very careful while they're over there. Rouser goes down the line, centre wing here, out on the grandstand side. Small kick there from Kazizada. It's up Walnerek as they look to switch this play. They fumbled it at the wrong stage. And that was unfortunate there for Riley Frith.
It's exactly the same thing. They switched the play and they went lazy.
But even if he'd have marked it, it didn't go 10 metres. No way.
Well, Murphy gets the tap down. Djordjevic looking dangerous. They tap that forward. No free kick awarded. Camilleri, his kick was smothered. So they look to try and escape under a lot of pressure there. Trainer, short kick, bouncing in towards a dangerous spot. Getting a handball was Kazizada. And now the skipper and Tim DeGeese has a bit of space. Just a long kick, almost in hope, and it's picked off by Max Odden, who immediately looks to go through the corridor because he had a target there in Luke Wignall, who want to switch it now for the Magpies. Zalak now towards half forward line. Great mark taken there. In front was Matt Day. Probably one of the more underrated players of the Donvale Football Club. As he goes inside 50. Looking for a target. Duncan's in there. So's Murphy. Put it on the boot and gets his second. And the two big fellas are doing all the work up forward for the Magpies. Murphy's got 2. Duncan's got 2. Donvale got 4. 4-2-26. The Scoresby 1-2-8. 24 minutes gone in the first term.
Ryan, it's just all one-way traffic at the moment. Donvale just using the ball a lot more efficiently. And when they go into their forward 50, they score. And it's Murphy... doing the damage with Duncan, and at this point in time, Scoresby, they've got their hands full. They're just not getting clean use of ball when they are in transition.
Yeah. They're getting enough of the football, but they're not using it properly.
No, you're right. They haven't been clean with it.
Yeah, there's just been a couple of efforts where they've just not been sharp enough. Just, I think the intent there is not been all there. Hare was able to get the clearance. Now, both Scoresby players, are they going to run after it? Scooped up, and the tackle's been laid. Good tackle by Tom Tout. And Kazizada was going nowhere. Back into play, Humphreys versus Curry. Humphreys gets the tap down this time, Sharked, however. Donvale to work this one out. Good fend off by Heaney. He's going to kick it to centre half forward. Rouser was the target. Walnerek came over the top and put his body on the line well. And that was able to cause the contest. Walker was wrapped up. Ball up at centre half forward for Donvale. Up they go. Kick off the deck was a bit fortunate there for Scoresby. Now it gains a bit of territory. Storr picks it up, working his way through traffic. That was good. Camilleri now sees a man on the outer side. Mark taken. This is Walker. Just searching for options inside forward 50. This is where they've fallen down a little bit. Not this time. Hicks takes the mark in the pocket.
Well, he looks like the more dangerous target at the moment. They've been able to get it to him quite a few times, and has a good opportunity to get one back for the Magpies here.
And they needed it.
He's worked his way into space a couple of times, and it just shows his experience, I think, just knowing exactly where the ball needs to go for him to take the clean mark. So he's kicked the one for the day. Just kicked 3 goals this year, 4 with that last goal, not 5 this time. So 1-3-9 Scoresby, not quite taking the opportunities either. Donvale 3-2-20. We're in the shadows of quarter time.
Some Division 1 scores. Beaconsfield 4-7-31. Norwood 1-1-7. I'll get the others in a minute.
That's all right. We're going to get back into here with Donvale to take the kick in. Jake McCormack. Just a long kick out of defence. That's worked out perfectly. Day couldn't quite take the mark. Rouse at ground level, got the handball away. Now going forward, Sinisic inside 50, bouncing footy scores. We got a bit of work to do here. Getting the handball was Plum Ridge, but didn't have too many options in front of him. Jordovic off to Rouser. Rouser inside 50, in front of Duncan. Picked it up, right boot, and he's kicked
Another
it.
one.
He's got 3.
Doing it easy now,
And that
Spider, aren't
is
they?
your Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. That's the front runner there. Great finish in a real tough position, running towards the boundary line off the right boot. Great finish.
But it was the workings of Rouser there that enabled that passage of play and really got that ball forward and then just created something out of nothing. But you've got to hand it to the way that Donvale are playing. When they go in to their 50, they look dangerous. They are playing the roles that they need to play in their forward line at the moment, really putting Scoresby defence under pressure.
Hunting at ground level was Camilleri. Couldn't take the ball. Wrapped up. There's the Scoresby man there in Cooper Frith.
So this is a time they've got to really have a think about what they're doing here. Craig McKenzie and the Scoresby team.
They absolutely cannot let another one through Scoresby. And holding the ball free kick. So it's going to go the way of Scoresby. This is a chance for Hare to gain a little bit of territory, try and put any options of another Donvale goal in doubt, but that's not going to help. He's kicked it straight to, I think this is, it's Christian Zalak, but the siren's gone. It's quarter time here at Scoresby Recreation Reserve. The home side trail 1-3-9 to Donvale. 5-32. Goal kickers, Ryan Long, have you got them there?
Yeah, I do. It was the 2 big tall targets up forward in Ethan Duncan and Nick Murphy. Duncan has 3, Murphy has 2, and for the Magpies, Ryan Hicks has their only goal. We're going to go to a break here. Donvale leading in the match of the round, 5-2-32 to Scoresby 1-3-9.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Scoresby Recreation Reserve. It is the Eastland match of the round. Scoresby taking on Donvale. Donvale currently lead 5-2-32 to Scoresby 1-3-9 at the quarter time break. Ryan Long, Jared Beanland, Matt Spiderley and Ray Baird in the van out here at Scoresby Recreation Reserve. Ray, before getting to this game, you've just been able to go over some of those scores that have been happening around the grounds, and we've touched on Premier already, but you've got some Division 1 scores for us?
Just Spider, you speak about the game while I find it.
Yeah, look, Donvale certainly in command at the moment. Scoresby got a lot of work to do. Donvale very efficient when they go forward of the ball. They're giving their forwards opportunity. Murphy, very good so far, as is Duncan. Pressure on the Scoresby defenders, need to do a lot better when exiting their defensive part of the ground. But around the ball, this is where the damage is being done at clearance. So Donvale are just waltzing the ball out at times. Rouser is just absolutely having a picnic at the moment. He's in really good form since returning to the side. Scoresby need to be better when they're executing that ball. When they go into their forward 50, they need to start hitting up a few more targets.
Yeah, and some Division 1 scores, Ryan. South Belgrave 4-5-29 to Bayswater 1-1-7. Park Orchards 1 goal to Baronia 1 behind. Montrose 4-4-28 to Mirrabah 3-1-19. And Beaconsfield 4 goals 7-31 to Norwood 1-1-7.
Thank you, Ray, and we'll keep those scores coming across the afternoon. I've got some Division 2 ones as well while we're at it. How about this? The Waverley Blues, 7-3-45, leading Wanturna South 2-2-14. You can't predict some of these. The Rams lead by 1 point over Croydon, 21-20. Heathmont versus Mulgrave, 10-8. The Jets leading, all tied up out at Jubilee Park, 2-2 apiece between Ringwood and Templestowe. And some other games in this division as well. Upper Ferntree Gully, 33 to Coldstream Zip. Oakley District, Fair Park leading 25-16. So, Ray, you were on to that one.
Yeah, there's the roughie.
Sylvan, Ferntree Gully. Sylvan, can they beat their away record this year? 16-15 leading Ferntree Gully.
And I've got another one, Ryan. Knox, 3 goals 2-20 to Basin, 2 goals 3-15.
Very good, Ray.
Not much in that one.
We get ready to go for this second term out here at Scoresby Recreation Reserve. It is Centenary Day if you've just joined us, so a big afternoon for the Scoresby Football Club, but their senior side is on the back foot at the moment, and you've got to credit Donvale and the way they've been able to start this game again, a hot start. And the big fellas, Jared, the Twin Towers up forward between Duncan and Murphy, and it's a very hard ask. It's hard to judge them too much because they are such a combination where you really do have your work cut out for you.
It's always going to be tricky, I think. They've got such acumen when it comes to finding the ball at ground level. Let's go down to Oscar Luque.
Yeah, just down there at the Scoresby huddle there at quarter time, and Chris McKenzie quite happy with his team so far. He wants to just stick with the same plan, and he wants his wingers to use the inside lane when they're kicking as well.
Interesting stuff there. Speaking to the coach of Scoresby, I'd say, interesting that he's still happy with it. But Ryan, take us away for the second quarter.
Yeah, second quarter action underway at Scoresby Recreation Reserve. Donvale out on the middle. Here's James Rouser, electric inside 50. There was a spoil from behind. Duncan able to pick it up, got the handball off to Rouser. He's got a man in the pocket who can take the mark. And I believe that's Tommy Tout deep in the pocket.
That was great vision by Rouser. He could have just blazed away at the goal. He saw Tout going to that point post and he's put it right on his chest.
Well, there's a reason why he has won the last 2 league best and fairest. And he started this game in phenomenal form as Tout around the corner has missed it. Just a minor score. 1-3-9 Scoresby, 5-3-33 at Donvale. And we're just 50 seconds into this second term, Jared.
They really need to start start to stop the bleeding of that Donvale's putting on them as Scoresby, running to kick this one in. Just searching for the option here in Coulthard. Riley Frith was there as well, went for it, but couldn't take the mark. Now Donvale, Goldsmith in the pocket. Well, it's going to be a tough angle. He's just kicked it to the goal square. Oh, searching for it at ground level. What a kick it would have been. And that was Tommy Tout. Another opportunity gone missing for Donvale early in the second. Let's go down to Kate Green on the boundary side.
Boundary, just with Donvale's coach, Tony Weeks. First and foremost message, long way to go. He's happy with the composure of the back line. Try and not bomb, identify loose players and just push through. And he's very happy with the centre clearances and forward pressure.
Here they go again, Odden inside 50. And a great mark in defence there for Camilleri.
Great intercept, Mark. He's been one good player for Scoresby in that first quarter.
Camilleri. Yeah, he's been good. He's had a great season so far. Has the short option in Corcoran. See what he can do with the footy here at the half back line for the Magpies. Goes towards centre wing on the far side, the broadcast side of the ground, towards the boundary side. Odden sees it over the grandstand side, should I say.
I think Scoresby have just got to remember not to be too predictable. It's okay to kick in lanes, but you've got to be able to work out the angles as well at times. You've got to be a bit unpredictable, especially at this state in the game.
So kicking it forward there, Tout. Bouncing foot, it's a 2-on-1 in favour of the Magpies of Scoresby. Still the ball ends up in Rouser's hands. He's wrapped up, holding the ball, didn't get his kick away in time.
It was pretty red hot though.
Yeah, that certainly was.
He didn't argue though, just went on with it. A good player he is.
Yep. No, that's right. Corcoran goes forward now for the Magpies. Inside, looking for Hicks, coming out of nowhere. Great mark there by Max Odden.
That is just playing into the opposition's hand, bombing the ball down lane.
It's just a dump kick, and it's not smart footy.
It's a kick in hope.
Yep. So Donvale look to switch the play now.
I'm talking
mark taken by Mill. Passes off to Liardi. Liardi now towards us on the broadcast side. Goes centre wing, hits up a target there. No 25-metre penalty. So Nakota Brooking right in front of us. He goes now in the direction of Murphy. There's been a free kick awarded, and it is going the way of Scoresby. So it's against Nick Murphy. Walnerek to take the free kick for the Magpies.
It's a bit of a let-off on that entry because Donvale were moving the ball well. Brunning, well, it's back up with Brooking now. Brunning was able to intercept the handball, however, go again. Handball was under pressure, and that's got to be too high from Frith. No, ducked into it. It's spilt out to Sinisic, and now Rouser. The kick wasn't long enough. It's come to Goldsmith. He's had a shot at goal before. Great smother there by Hare. Now it's Scoresby to go along with it. Their counter-attack, is it going to start here with Hicks? No, they're going to hold it up at Donvale. Just a little bit too on it they were. Luke Wignall was there, and now it's just going to trail into the forward line of Scoresby. So good work gaining the territory there, the Centenary team.
You called it well, Jared, there. Dal Hare put his body on the line. It could have been another goal for the Magpies. So just fantastic goal saving, just a bit of pressure.
So back into play it will be Humphreys. The throw-in favoured him, and now snap it, goal. What a kick that was, and it was Jordan Camilleri. We've sung his praises throughout the day, and now he's gotten reward for his efforts.
Yeah, well, they needed the first one, didn't they? They needed to get one back, get some confidence in.
Yep.
And you go back again. I'll say it again. That Dale Hare smother set that up, and Camilleri looks dangerous every time he's around the footy race.
Yep. Yeah, he's been a really good performer for him here this afternoon and right throughout the course of the year, and he's rewarded with that because of that. You know, that team act, that smother was so important.
He's dangerous around goals. He's good for at least a goal a game, is Jordan Camilleri.
Yeah, certainly right, as we're back in the middle again. 2-3-15, plays 5-4-34. Donvale with another centre clearance. Bouncing footy, picked up by Brooking. His handball was cut off by Kazada. Scoresby try and maintain the possession of the footy as they go
They're just being monster though at clearance though.
Yeah.
Scoresby, they've got to do something about it because Donvale are just dominating that area of the ground at the moment. It's a real problem for them.
Yeah, would like to even things up there.
Even if you halve them.
Yeah, that's right. Ball back into play there. Couldn't quite pick it up. Could Goldsmith on the second attempt. Went back with the handball to Heaney. Here's Liardi now for the Magpies, streaming through the middle of the ground. Bouncing ball, eluded, running, and just fell into the hands of the skipper and Rouser, who delivers for his first. Donvale 6-4-40. Scoresby 2-3-15. James Rouser, all class.
He is just everywhere. Wherever the ball is, and if it's not near the ball's coming to him. So a great exhibition of football by James Rouser.
What do you do, Ray, in this scenario if you're Craig McKenzie? Do you now make the decision, do you go and apply a tag to Rouser?
I wouldn't go as yet. I wouldn't go as yet. You back your players in.
Yeah,
but,
because he is getting a lot of the ball.
He is getting a lot of the ball. You just got to sort of... well, they've got to start winning the clearances from the stoppages.
That's the problem.
That's one. Yeah.
Yeah, the clearance issue is the major factor in this game at the moment.
Back into the middle it is. Up goes Curry. His tap was sharked, however, by Frith. Donvale will escape with it, though, once more. Just working it out through handballs. Now the kick. Goldsmith's been set a task. He was equal to it. Kick will be intercepted by Kazazada. No, not quite. Brooking was out-muscled generally by Kazazada, but was able to apply himself well. It's just a skirmish out here right in front of us as Corcoran tried to break away with it, but was tackled immediately, and we'll have the ball up.
Yeah, they're just not getting any freedom. Scoresby.
Humphreys, good tap. Coulthard, it came off his boot, but bounced before it went over the line. Ball in.
Need to lock on here. Really important. Yeah, boundary throw-in stoppage.
They're not aware that this guy in the middle of the cricket pitch there on his own. You've got to man up.
Yep.
So will they find him, Donvale, or will Scoresby try and get away with it? Curry goes hard again. Corcoran at ground level was able to scoop it out. Now working his way through traffic. That was good by the Scoresby man there, but it's been turned over. Donvale, they're going to share it with hands. Running through the middle. Very little pressure there through the corridor. Oh, the kick. Well, it was meant for Murphy, but it just had a little bit too much mustard on it. And the mark's been taken by Muminamin.
So I'm in here for the Magpies. Just slows things down and has the short option going backwards. Kazazada.
This play keeping's off for 5 minutes.
Yeah, just got to take back control of this game. He'll send it towards us on the broadcast side. Hare in front position. Brought it down where Camilleri was there, who was able to get it on the boot towards Ryan Hicks. Got a hand to it. Cooper Frith, the vice-captain, got the handball off to Hicks. Hicks's kick is a poor one, turned over. And now Max Odden. We've heard that a few times in defence. Got it off to Mill. Mill through the middle of the ground. Finds Wignall. Wignall hits up his target in Jeffrey. Jeffrey inside 50, the late inclusion. And it is picked off by Brunning for Scoresby.
You turn the ball over, and Donvale, they just punish you.
They do, and Otten, Cameron, and even Milne, they just seize the moment at that half-back line.
They're looking dangerous as Frith now with the footy on the half-back line. Will look to switch it. Dangerous kick. He's worked it all right. Plumridge takes the mark, plays on. Kazazada under a lot of pressure here. Gets away from Nick Murphy and now kicks it towards us broadcast side. Great mark by Mason Shaw in front. Great body work and good hands. An important one here for the Magpies. Trailing this game by 25 points in the early stage of the second term towards the half-forward line. Dal Hare doing the work, got off to McBean. Did he cop one high or was he wrapped up for holding the ball? Umpire says holding the ball. So free kick here going the way of McCormack. He was able to run down McBean.
Been a good player, McCormick, over the last few weeks for Donvale.
Has Cameron as the short option at centre half back, who now switches the play. Inbound they go. They're finding the footy towards the forward line. Duncan's out the back. Great hands.
Yeah.
It was a 2-on-1 and he just judged it perfectly.
Just knew where the flight of the ball was, hands perfect, and did the rest.
And just He just pushed his opponent out in Riley Frith there and used his body well.
What Donvale are doing is, Spider, and it's to their advantage, is when they come out of defence, they're mainly going down the corridor.
Yeah, and that's all there.
Scoresby are kicking the ball sideways and backward and holding the play up.
Yeah, they are. And they're paying ultimately on the scoreboard for their turnovers.
3 goals to his name, does Ethan Duncan. So for goal number 4, kicked 7 the last time these two sides met. Kick on its way, the wind won't bring it back enough. So just a minor score and a let-off for the Magpies of Scoresby, as Donvale move to 6-5-41, Scoresby 2-3-15. 10.5 minutes gone on the second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, it's 1 goal apiece in this quarter, so Scoresby are just holding on at the moment by their fingernails. I would say Donvale have missed a few opportunities. Scoresby, there's very little room for error when they exit defence, as we've seen.
They just can't get a clean kick. Kicking down that line.
So bringing it in will be Samir Kazizada. Kicks it to his partner in crime down back, Moomin Amin. Riley Frith is going to have to go hard, but Heaney was playing in front, got the spoil away, and once more Donvale look to lock it into their forward line.
Some great pressure there by Donvale by the forwards, especially the small forwards. They did all the work there.
So it's going to be thrown in. I'm not sure where the ball is. It must have ended up in someone's ute or something. Match up to look out for. Dale Hare. He's got Jonathan Varthakos trailing him, the former Doncaster man.
Just while we do wait for the footy, we do have a score out of Roval. 45, the Hawks leading Berwick 22. And that game that we've spent a lot of time thinking about in East Ringwood Blackburn. East Ringwood lead 27 to Blackburn 22.
That is such an interesting clash. There could be a final preview, if not a grand final preview, up in Premier Division. So the tap came down, but immediately tackled was Camilleri. Wrapped up.
You could be right. Grandstand finish today down there.
So Bowes gets the tap down. Varthakos, well, Hare tackled him immediately, not letting him go anywhere.
Yeah, repeat stoppage.
Donvale have had the ascendancy in the clearances thus far, but Bowes trying to give him first use while Curry is not in the ruck at the moment for Donvale, and it's worked out here. Hare, he just overran the ball a little bit. Donvale, they're going to try and pounce on this one to Geest. It was so close to the boundary line, I don't think there was ever going to be any other result other than a throw-in.
They're just giving no space, Scoresby. They're just not getting any space to work with Donvale. They're just at you, and at you with their physical presence.
Bowes was able to upend his man in the ruck contest without giving anything away. So interesting stuff there, but Liardi was able to mop up the potential Scoresby attack. It's come out now. And running through the corridor, I believe that was Wignall. He's got a man on in the lead. It was Duncan once more. Takes the mark out in front. Goodness me, what a kick that was. And fantastic lead up. He came from very deep, did Ethan Duncan, as he does.
It was just smart play, really. Yeah. I mean, just in the end, experience by Duncan.
3 goals for the day thus far. A couple of misses. Potential for a day out, another day out here for Ethan Duncan. This will hurt Scoresby as they have just tried to hold on in this quarter. But the Donvale goals feel inevitable. That one wasn't. Juggling. It's not going to be paid a mark. There, Brooking received the handball. Great little step. He just beguiled them there. But no goal for Caleb Djordjevic.
Yeah, well, Scoresby a very big let off there. They should have just got that across the line. But they get away with one. 6-6-42 Donvale. 2-3-15 Scoresby. As Brunning gets the kick in. Goes long towards the outer side. Big mark almost. Camilleri couldn't quite bring it down, but still traps it in front of himself. And we'll get a stoppage on that far side.
It's going to get their numbers across, Scoresby. At the moment, just not having enough numbers around the contest.
Let's see what they can do here. The ball eluded. Rouser socket off the ground by Camilleri. That could have been out of bounds on the full. So Adam Cameron will take possession for Donvale.
Been good, Cameron.
Finds Wignall. Luke Wignall for the Magpies. Just slows things down before he goes back towards centre wing. Great mark out the back there. James Rouser just picked it from his opponent. It's been great in this first half. Inside 50, the direction of Duncan. Couldn't quite bring it down that time. Day was front and centre, got the handball away. Here's Rouser again, pressured this time. They still maintain possession of the footy, do Donvale. Can't get a clean handball out. Coulthard's there for the Magpies. Big tackle laid by Amin. Just to slow stop things for Scoresby. Get a possession as they get the free kick. They played on straight away. Camilleri, just a long kick, just went absolutely nowhere. Zalek was able to pick it off and go back inside and find Jordovic, who looked to play on, but second guess, waited and went down towards Murphy at the back and takes the mark, and Scoresby pleading for an in the back.
Look, he put his hands on his back, but he didn't push him, and that's allowed.
Yeah, exactly. But the example
he was just guarding his territory.
He was. But the example we've identified is that it's the turnover. You know, you kick the turnover, it comes back, repeat entry, and it results in having a shot at goal.
Well, Camilleri, who's been good, that the kick inside just wasn't.
It was just never on.
As Murphy comes in, lines up, and makes them pay. That's their 7th, Donvale, 7-6-48 to Scoresby 2-3-15. A lot of work to do for Scoresby as we approach the 17th minute mark of this second term.
Yeah, it's just the damage that you get there, it's hurting them on turnover.
Yeah.
They are just getting, when they make the turnover, they are just paying for it, and they pay for it in big ways because they just can't keep control of the ball, and it's been the big problem with their execution, whereas Donvale, on the other hand, Ray, when they get the ball, they're executing accordingly.
Well, you put it anywhere near Murphy or Duncan, and it's an advantageous position
ribbons.
for them in general. So the work really has to come up the ground for Scoresby, I would say, either in the pressure or just being a little bit sharper with their ball movement. It's been a little disappointing to see their kicks just get cut off fairly easily when they get it anywhere near their forward line. So back into the middle. Scoresby will need to find something here in the shadows of half-time. We've ticked into the 18th minute here in the second quarter. Trying to get the clearance with Scoresby. They managed that. Chasing it here is Hare. He's got a lot of class about him, but a lot of pressure on him. Hicks was trying to mop it up. Good tackle laid by Christian Zalek. And that will be a ball up in Scoresby's forward line. Up we go. Curry gets the tap down. Vathakos couldn't handle it. And at the bottom of it was Store. Another ball up.
And the smalls for Donvale are doing really well with the pressure.
Yep.
So here we go again. This time Cameron laid the tackle.
Yeah, he's
ball up.
been
Repeat
everywhere,
stoppages.
Cameron, in this first half.
He has been excellent, hasn't he? Bowles against Curry. It was Bowles to get the tap down. Bit of volleyball. Ends up with Liardi. Cooper Frith, however, has to take it. Liardi turned tackler. Ball up. 7-6-48. That's Donvale. Scoresby 2-3-15. Looking for another goal. Just taking it out of the ruck this time was Braden Bowes, but ends up with Rouser. He hacks a kick out of defence, but this time it's going to come back, and it's going to come back through Matt Trainer.
Oh, no.
Oh, the umpire had something to say about that marking contest, however, and it's gone back to Tom Tout. Looking for options. He's going to go wide. Walnerek had to be good there, and he was decent enough, but Heaney out the back. Scoops it up, and there's always options down the line for Donvale. This time it's Carl Wignall working his way forward. Finds the man Sinisic working off, and it's just squeezed home the goal. Yet another for Donvale, and any mistake up the ground for Scoresby is going to be punished going the other way.
Yep, it certainly is. And Kozak, Sinisic, Wignall, they just got on the end of that, got the ball moving off the back of the turnover, and subsequently, they hit the scoreboard once again.
Yep.
So 8-6-54 Donvale, Scoresby 2-3-15, coming into the 20th minute mark of this second term. A lot of work here for Scoresby to get back into this game. We saw them do it last time earlier in the game, and they didn't win it. But
they were doing it last time. They used the ball a lot better. This time it's all about the turnovers and the execution.
But they are getting their hands on the footy a bit. Just haven't been able to, you're right, by foot they haven't been great as the clearance here looks to go the way of Donvale. Curry got the handball off to Wignall. Here's Rouser again. Rouser inside 50. The kick turned over. Brunning. Intercept mark. Was looking for McBean. The bounce just eluded him. Fell into the hands of Wignall. A bit of bad luck there. as the ball goes out of bounds. Nothing going Scoresby's way at this moment on Centenary Day for the club.
It's a connection issue last time when they went forward. This time it's just transition. They haven't been able to move the ball with any purpose.
There's Wignall again through the middle. Kyle Wignall. One-on-one battle inside 50. And Min almost able to take the mark in front of Duncan. Sock it across the line. We'll get a boundary throw in. 21 minutes into this second term. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, as well as our Facebook and YouTube streams. We'll keep you updated, of course, on all those games around the grounds today. As Jordovic breaks through a tackle, got off to Wignall. Wignall, they link up again. Heaney towards the top of the square. Murphy's got 2 to beat again. He made a good contest of it. Scoresby under a lot of pressure. Kazada got the handball away. Oh, and the bounce just did not sit up for a min. So they have been unlucky with a few of those. It's the bounce of the
it's happened
football.
a few times, hasn't it?
But again, they've got to get something going soon.
Sometimes it's not your day, and on the Centenary, sometimes it's just luck is going to ignore any sort of ceremony. And holding the ball. And it's going to be Jonathan Varthakos to line up for goal number 9 for Donvale. Former Doncaster man, of course. Has played for Donvale for just this year. 4 goals for the year from his 6 games thus far. And he's been very handy in the middle here for the Magpies today, lining up. And it's a little bit wide there. Yep. He kicked it out to the right. And another let off for Scoresby. It could be a lot worse than this, that's for certain, with Donvale now at 7:55. Scoresby 2-3-15. And that's with 22 and a half minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, it's a good point. It certainly does feel like it. This one could just about be officially over. 40 points. Still, it's a long way back for Scoresby, but see what they can do here in the closing minutes of this second term. If they can get a couple back going into half-time. There's a good kick down the middle of the line. Trainer passed it on to McBean, who sends them back into attack in the direction of Adam Amin. Again, the bounce just did not suit him out the back. Mill did well to punch that over the line. But in saying
just
that, the
no
kick
support.
probably had to be just a bit better there for... bit better delivery there for Adam.
Well, that's the thing. If you're going to kick it to him, you've got to have the support there too. If he doesn't mark, he's got to have someone at his feet.
So boundary throw in. Tapped down by Curry, who's been good this afternoon, and straight down to Rouser. The skipper using the corridor, finds Sinisic. Sinisic, who himself has had plenty of impact in this first half. Great kick. Liardi on the chest. As McCormack as a potential option. Goes inside 50. Duncan leading towards this one. Got hands to it. Follows it up. Gets the handball away. Vathakos goes inbound the handball to Heaney. Can't quite pick it up cleanly. And he might have given away a free kick to Trainer. Cop one high. Did Matt Trainer. And he'll earn himself a free kick at centre-half back for Scoresby.
So the question is, what options does he have up the ground? Can they go coast to coast and kick a quick one? Well, he's got it to Walker, his opposite number. Nearly prevented that mark. It was Vathakos. But Walker was able to complete it. Cooper Frith now dead smack bang in the centre of the ground. Hands it off. Camilleri with the kick towards the forward line. And a good mark taken by Amin. And he's going to play on. He says, I've had enough of not kicking goals. I'm going to kick a goal.
And that's better. I mean, that's the sort of ball movement that they've been searching for in this first half, and it finally came off, but it's taken such a long time.
Well, a positive for Scoresby is that they can score quickly. We've seen that multiple times this season, so although the 34-point margin is certainly going to be hard to come back from, if they can get on their bike and kick another 1 or 2 here before half-time, that'd certainly go a long way. And it all starts in the middle. They've got to start winning these centre clearances.
It's not winning contests at the moment.
No, that's right.
That's what they've got to do.
Curry's been, I think, really, really solid for the Magpies in the ruck. And the likes of Sinisic and Rouser being involved a lot. Curry again wins the tap down. This time it's Tout chasing this one. Socket off the ground. The clearance forward. Picked up cleanly by Jordovic. Back to Tout. Off the right boot towards goal in the direction of Duncan. Scored across the line. That was classy by the Magpies and Tout.
Division 2 scores, Ryan. East Burwood 6-4-40, Croydon 5-4-34, Heathmont 2-9-21, Mulgrave 5-4-34, Ringwood 3-5-23, Templestowe 2-4-16, Waverley Blues 9-4-58, Wanturna South 5-6-36, and Surrey Park 1 goal to Lilydale 1 point. That's probably an old one.
Well, Scoresby, they were just
a later
able,
start.
Yeah, they were just able to get it past the centre line, but intercepted immediately by McCormick, and he was able to bite off the 45, get it to Rouser. He's in the middle of the ground, going to push it wider still. So just working things out. Goldsmith now goes wider again, and that's come out to, this is Luke Wignall. Just chipping it around now, Donvale. Not wanting Scoresby to get any sort of momentum building. Playing a bit of keepings off. It was back to Goldsmith. And now forward again, Luke Wignall. So is he going to pull the trigger? He does. Hot spot is getting very hot right now with Ethan Duncan coming over the top, but no mark taken. Kazazada at ground level, wrapped up. 8:56, that's Donvale. 3:21, that is Scoresby. Nearly 27 minutes gone in the second quarter. Half time abound. Oh, Sinisic, he's kicked one, kicks it to the top of the goal square. Big punch away. This is going to have to be good by Hare. He was tackled immediately, but he dropped the knees. I thought he was taken high, but I think the umpire made the right call there.
I may have seen it wrong, but that just looked like an opportunity to mark the ball instead of spoil it into a dangerous area.
It was in the dangerous area, wasn't it? McBean now working his way through traffic. That was good stuff by him, but the kicks have to be excellent. It was. Camilleri takes the mark. Running now. Hair flowing through the middle of the ground. I'm in.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I mean, that's the footy that we know that Scoresby can play. I mean, they've moved the ball there with purpose, and they moved it with speed. I mean, they had all the Donvale players off at their line there, so really good play by the prime movers of the Magpies.
But Spider, that's the first time they've done it in nearly half of football.
Half of football, and you need to do it more.
Yep.
And it started with McBean. That was excellent stuff.
Yeah.
He was in a very tight corner and was able to manage it. He managed to weight the kick perfectly to Camilleri. And now Amin, he can reap the rewards. Massive kick in the context of the game. It was a massive kick. It ended up in the car park and out on the full.
Yeah, and that's the deflating moment, isn't it? When you do all that hard work and he doesn't finish it off. But 9 times out of 10 he kicks them, so you sometimes excuse it. But he's paid to kick goals, so that's the harsh reality, isn't it?
Because this guy's having a bit of a mare trying to get the ball back over the fence.
And that's the other thing is even if you had have managed to score behind, they could then lock it in, and that's 7. It's like getting
correct. It's the old 7-point play, isn't it?
I was going to say it's like a 7-10 split at bowling.
Yeah, so but it is. It's a 7-point play, and that's the thing. Yeah.
Otten out of defence. Big fly, and able to take the mark there. Doing well was Nathan Mill, who's been solid on him in today. Mill towards us, centre wing and broadcast side, picked off here by the Magpies. Marshall able to bring that down, and they'll look to switch it. They want to move this quickly. Wolnerek, we've gone 29 minutes into this second quarter. There can't be long left before the half-time siren. Wolnerek back towards us on the broadcast side. Kazada picked it up cleanly. Back inside 50, the kick, overcooked it. Out of bounds on the full.
They're just not switched on. I mean, when they switched it from here, when the player got it at centre, there's nobody running up the corridor.
Yeah.
Not one player running up the corridor to present.
So on the outer side now for Donvale, Luke Wignall in the pocket, searching for options. They're not going to mind keeping the ball off Scoresby here because they would sense a bit of momentum and great pressure and challenge there by, I think that was... Oh, you're going to have to help me out here. Yeah, Riley Frith.
Cooper
Frith.
Yeah.
One of them.
I think.
And Max,
wasn't it?
Max Otten wasn't able to complete the mark. So
yeah, Cooper.
Bit of forward line pressure by Scoresby. Could pay off in the hands of Camilleri. He just dropped it at the wrong moment. Kicked it off the ground anyway. Score for Scoresby.
He has definitely been Scoresby's best player today, Camilleri.
Camilleri, he has. And that was reward for effort, wasn't it, really? And that was a fantastic example of what you need to do to apply some pressure. And they got the ball moving and they got that reward. So, look, it makes up for the one that they missed just before, but it keeps them in the contest.
And what he was, Spire, he was wary that if he picked it up, he was going to get tackled, so straight off the ground.
30 and a half minutes gone in this second quarter, so the siren very soon. Scoresby got the last two to bring this margin back to a manageable 29 points going to the halftime break. They just want to hold on here and not concede one and undo a bit of their work, as there is the siren. And a good finish to the quarter for the Magpies of Scoresby after a pretty dominant first half from Donvale. The Magpies of Donvale still control this game. 8-8-56 to Scoresby 4-3-27. The goal kickers, it's Murphy and Duncan both with 3 goals each. Rouse has got 1. Sinisic has 1. And for the Magpies of Scoresby, Camilleri now has 2. Adamin has 1 and Ryan Hicks has 1. We're going to go a break here. We'll bring in the halftime crew and get ready for this second half action out at Scoresby Recreation Reserve.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was over wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Scoresby Recreation Reserve. We are here for the centenary match of the Scoresby Magpies. They are taking on ladder leaders Donvale in Division 3. Currently, it's half-time. Donvale 8-8-56 do lead the home team 4-3-27. However, Scoresby did get the last couple of goals in that quarter and are starting to build a little bit of momentum. My name's Jared Beanland and welcome to the halftime show. Alongside me, we've got our 2 boundary riders, Oscar Luca and Kate Green, and of course, Matt Spider Lee in with us as well. I'll start with the boundary riders. Oscar, have you seen this match, and what do you think turned it for Scoresby in that last maybe 5-10 minutes of play?
Yeah, look, although Donvale's got the lead on them at the moment, I wouldn't say that Scoresby's footy has been that bad. I think they they've had opportunity up forward. I just feel like they haven't been able to find a target inside. Their back six has been brilliant. I think I think they've still got a long way to go in this match, obviously, and I think they could come back.
Kate, how do you see it at ground level as well? Of course, at the benches you might be hearing quite a bit of stuff, but there is it's got to be an interesting high-pressure game down there, no doubt. Oh.
Forgive me. You're right.
You on there? Yep.
Yeah. The benches are actually fairly quiet. What's being said is being said within the bench, within the coach's box, and there's not much yelling from either side. What I will say is that it's going to be, the last half is going to be of contrition. Basically, they're both very physical teams. They're very strong in defence and attack, and we've seen that today. I would say that just with Scoresby, that last part of this second quarter, they were actually beginning to have a loose player out the back, which I think is what's helped them, get those last couple of goals on the score to give them that momentum going into the halftime break.
How do you assess that, Spider, the fact that they've got a loose backman? Do you think that's a good counter to the fact that Donvale have such a powerful forward line?
Yeah, look, I mean, they've got to do something, don't they, Jared? Because a lot of the other things weren't working for them because they were turning the ball over, they're intercepting, but they weren't making a good fist of it, so they weren't able to counterpunch. So for them, it's they've got to try something. So maybe by creating them a loose player, might give them that freedom to be able to get that extra layer on the ball and then get the ball moving forward their way. Look, the ultimate thing is at the moment they're losing a clearance and they are just being absolutely smashed in that area of the ground. In the corridor, Donvale are using it to their effectiveness and efficiency. They're getting getting use in there. They're getting the ball nice and deep into their forline and putting the Scoresby defence under so much pressure. So Scoresby really can't get the ball out. So they haven't been able to create those chains like we're so common that we know that they can. So there is a lot of pressure on them. But we saw some signs in the last 10 minutes that when they do transition the ball, like they are capable of, they do show signs that they can score and score quickly. But they need to be able to do that a little bit more frequently. But the challenge for them now is that they've got to be able to start to win some contested ball around the centre part of the ground with clearance. Because clearly in the ruck they're being dominated, and guys like Rouser through the middle of the ground and are just cutting them up. And their defenders, like Cameron, obviously guys like Zalik, guys like off that half back line, Milne, and a couple of the other boys, they're just cutting them up at the moment from half back.
It has been a very good...
Cameron as well.
Adam Cameron has been excellent. I don't think I've seen him play
he's almost outside of Rouser. He's probably not the most influential player on the ground.
Absolutely. Just quickly, before we get to some scores around the ground, tips down the line here. Are we sticking with our earlier tips, or are we switching things up?
Donvale's winning this game. They're in control of this game. Scoresby, it's a long way back. If they can get it back to within 2 goals at three-quarter time, they're possibly a chance, but all the momentum at the moment in terms of context of game is Donvale's way.
Well, I'm sticking with what I said before the game started, Donvale.
You were really firm on that, Kate. No, but I understand that, and it's not like because I think you're firm on the way that they play. So, and the way that you described it at quarter time too. The way that Tony Weeks was, imploring on his players. So, I understand where you're coming from.
And Oscar, your tip for this one?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with Scoresby as well. I think Chris McKenzie is going to have a good chat to them at half time and hopefully get him to play some better footy.
The Centenary game could be the catalyst, I suppose, here at Scoresby Reserve. I'll quickly read out some scores from around the grounds, of course. Premier Division, a few interesting matches here. The big one, of course, is East Ringwood versus Blackburn. East Ringwood lead that 48-35. We have Baldwin dominating against Doncaster East 68-22. Vermont looking to cause an upset here against Noble Park. They're 42-35 at the Bull Ring. Rowville, they lead Berwick 61-25. So any chances of that sort of an upset not going the Wickers Way. South Croydon, they're 28 to Mitcham 33, and that could be an interesting little wrinkle in the story going forward into the finals for.
Could that throw some? Could that throw something else up?
Yeah, it does. It does indeed.
It also throws out everybody's tipping.
Absolutely, yeah.
Tipster's nightmare, they call it, Kate.
Yeah.
Just quickly into Division 1, South Belgrave's lead Bayswater 65 to 21. No shocker there. Baronia, they're up against Park Orchards 5-6-36 to 4-8. 32. Muralbark, they have taken the lead against Montrose, a very accurate Mustangs team, 8-1-49 to the Troes, 5-9-39, and Beaconsfield, they're up against Norwood, 45 to 13 is the score that I've got, but I believe we've had some ones that have progressed further than that. I don't actually remember, to be honest. So we'll go down to Division 2 if we are not too close to a break at the moment. So we've got East Burwood 46. They lead Croydon 35. Fascinating game there. In an accurate Heathmont side, 3-9-27. Trail Mulgrave 5-4-34, fighting for their chances for a final spot. Ringwood looking to cause an upset against Templestowe 4-5-29, leading the Dockers 3-4-22.
Jared, I'm surprised by that. I really am.
Yeah. Well, Ringwood were my roughies, so...
Yeah, you did tip it. Yeah, no, look, I'll hand it to you if you get it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if Templestowe put in another 13-goal quarter at some point, though, as they did against Croydon. Waverley Blues, they lead Wantirna South, so a few upsets brewing here, 58 to 43, and Lilydale leads Surrey Park 32 to 12. And so it's... topsy-turvy round
Is
in
Josh Ward okay?
Oh.
No one's broken that news to him yet.
We'll have to check in with him at some point. Upper Ferntree Gully are annihilating Coldstream 60 to 2. Knox are up against the Basin 36 to 27. Fair Park with a narrow lead over Oakley District 32 to 30. Ferntree Gully, they are continuing Sylvan's Port away record 50 to 30, and of course the game here in Division 3 56 to 27, the lead in the favour of Donvale. And quickly into Division 4, Churnside Park lead Warrandyte 43 to 23. No score from the Croydon North versus Bulleen Templestowe, nor the Whitehorse v Kilsyth game. So we'll actually, I do have one for Whitehorse Kilsyth. It's 43 Kilsyth, Whitehorse 40. So that's all the scores from around the grounds. We'll be back with you after this break for the third quarter here from Scoresby Recreation Reserve. Thank you very much for joining us on Eastland EFNL Match of the Round.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Scoresby Recreation Reserve. The Centenary team, Scoresby, they trail the ladder leaders Donvale 4-3-27 to 8-8-56. Thank you so much for listening to the halftime show, and to Oscar and Kate for joining us for that. So Ryan, how do you see this game panning out? They built a bit of momentum, did Scoresby, but it's a juggernaut that they're coming up against.
Oh yeah, they've got to be pretty switched on at the start of this third quarter to start bringing that margin back in. We're ready to go. We're right back into it. First bounce of the third quarter underway out here at Scoresby Recreation Reserve. Rouse's kick was smothered to the middle by Hare. Frith traps the ball, gets the handball away. Good one to Kazazada. Kazazada towards Camilleri, chasing this along the boundary line. Smart tap, tried to keep it in, couldn't quite, but he was probably Scoresby's best player in that opening quarter. Yeah. It was fantastic for the Magpies, just giving them certainly some presence to the middle of the ground. Great ball user as well, and it's something Scoresby is certainly going to be looking for in the second half. So we're back into play again. Underneath this one, Tout getting a handball forward. Curry chasing this, couldn't quite pick it up cleanly. Trainer did. He got the handball in favour of Scoresby, looking for Hare and Camilleri. Hare picks it up, handball back, and they link up again. Walnerek forward they go. Camilleri now looking for Brunning. Hicks is there too, in a dangerous area here. Doing well was Odden. He's been reliable all afternoon, goes long down the line, and it's picked off here by Kazazada.
Interesting to see Tristan Brunning in the forward line. Usually plays back for Scoresby, so throwing the magnets around a little bit. I remember it was Tom Walnerek who was the move forward from the back line that Craig McKenzie made. Oh, they've butchered this one, Scoresby, across the half back line. Great smother, however, there by, I believe, Corcoran. And just going to wrap it up. That was... panic stations for the Magpies of Scoresby, but...
Well done to Corcoran, because wrong spot to turn the ball over, so he did well to stop it.
Absolutely. So Trainer just delayed the handball with a bit of pressure on him, but the kick was absolutely wayward by Cooper Frith, and Donvale will take possession back. This is Christian Zalek. No Mihail Zalek today for Donvale. Christian flying the flag. And
Boundary.
He's going to send it forward line. We'll go down to the boundary in a second. The mark nearly taken by Walnerek, but it's been handed off to Djordjevic. He has so much time and space to weigh this one up, but just missed to the left. Kate Green on the boundary line.
That ball, when it was going out into Scoresby's coach's box, the assistant coaches are pretty good with their hands catching it.
Maybe pull the boots on.
They might get a game.
2.5 minutes gone, third
I think
term.
they might.
Donvale lead 8-9-57 as Scoresby 4-3-27, 30-point lead as Kazazada takes the kick in and looks for Walnerek. Great mark. Strong hands, looks to pass it on straight away. Corcoran now looking to use the corridor. Weighed the kick perfectly to Dal Hare. He's handball, though, a bit of a dribbler, and made it really hard for Cooper Frith to win it out. He still finds the footy in the end. Looks to go inboard. Marshall, inside 50, there's Brunning. And they did do it easily, but they got it down there, and that's...
that was great method coming through the midfield then. Yeah, they lowered their eyes, but that hand pass, well, call it a hand pass from Dale Hare, that was absolutely disgraceful. I don't call it a hand pass, I call it a dribble.
It was like he was doing a tunnel ball.
So
I know, mate.
Here's Brunning, who lines up for the Magpies. He'll be kicking from outside the arc. Kick on its way. It's just going to fall short. Can there be a mark on the line? Donvale looking to rush it. That could be holding the ball. Adam Amin gets a boot to it. Has found a way. And in fact, what's going on here? It is on. So
in the goal squares.
Right.
So,
Something's happened.
just keep an eye on this one as it plays out. But what was called? It was a goal, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. Mason Storr and Luke Wignall had a bit of a go at it by the looks of it.
Look, they got a goal out of it, but to me the disappointing thing was 3 of the forwards flew for the ball and there was no one front and centre.
That's right. No smalls at the
I thought that was okay.
I know they got a goal, but you got to also apply the basics.
They got it to ground level, and Amin was able to finish it off. They've kicked last 3, so back to 24 points. We've got to keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. Humphreys in the ruck against Curry. Taps it down. Frith trying to work this one out. Not able to do so immediately, but he had help there in Delrain. Donvale just trying to turn the ball over. Wignall was there. And Heaney was able to find a bit of space, but the kick's been cut off immediately by Walnerek. Scoresby to rebound, but a whistle's gone, and there's a
player down in the middle.
Yeah, right in the middle there. So
I think it could be Dale Hare.
Oh, that would be
not too sure.
No, I don't think so, because Hare has the long sleeves, and I don't know.
Boundary.
Let's go to Kate Green to clear this up.
They're just protecting his head at the moment, so we may be on a pause for a little bit.
Could be a stretcher job here.
While it is Dale here, so
he's sitting up.
Rolled the sleeves up. So while this is going on, we're going to just go through some of those scores around the grounds as we have a stop in play. In Premier Division, East Ringwood.
Boundary, the stretcher's out.
Yeah, and it's coming back.
Except he's walking.
No, I think he's all right. He's back on his feet, so he'll be coming off the boundary line. East Ringwood leading Blackburn 48-35. Baldwin leading Doncaster 68-22. Noble Park trailing Vermont now 47-55, so opens it up for South Croydon, who will lead 42 to Mitcham 32. Roval 61 to Berwick 25. There's the Premier Division scores as Dale Hare comes off the ground, and we're back in the middle. And just to see where play was, I think it is a Scoresby ball in defence. Walnerek had it.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting now, obviously, see what happens here. Both sides probably not set up perfectly as Walnerek towards centre wing. Camilleri was the target. In front was Heaney, who's wrapped up, and we'll get a ball up on that far side. Tapped down again by Curry. I thought he's been good. Frith took the clearance. Walking across the line there, Kyle Wignall. So 24 points the margin. Scoresby 5-3-33. Donvale 8-9-57. 6.5 minutes gone third term. Scoresby have kicked the last 3.
Well, if there's no Dale Hare, then the work falls on the shoulders of quite a few others to make up for his class. Frith was in there, wrapped up by Rouser. Cooper Frith, of course. Riley also playing. Back up we go. Curry got the tap down. Shark, though, by Delrain. Walker gets the kick away down the line. First to it was Donvale. Storr was able to capture it, however. Otten puts himself in the way for Donvale. Now centres the ball. This is where Donvale become very, very dangerous. Stepping around was Cameron. Has had an excellent game so far. Manages to hit up the man in the middle in Tommy Tout. He's going to push it out wide. Scooped up by Mill. He's got time and space to fumble it. Gets the handball away. Cameron once more. Now out to the outer side. Zalek steps around one. Goldsmith laid a good shepherd as well. Options down, are arrayed down in the forward line for Donvale, but Walnerek was the first to Frith. Just lost the ball there to the forward pressure of Donvale. Feasting on it was, Amin's trying to bustle his way through. That's Moomin.
Well,
couldn't quite take it.
They're lucky the ball came out because he did drag it in and it looked like he was in trouble for holding the ball. It's going a free kick here to Camilleri, actually.
Camilleri, so he's going to have to use the ball well. And he does. Out to Walker. Kicks it up onto the wing. Mark taken. De Geest gets a handball away. Receives it back. This is Walker again. Short chipping option. McBean looking for the corridor. Delrain. They're building well here, Scoresby. What's the option forward? It's Amin, of course it is. Great use of the ball through the corridor there. Fantastic transition play. And when you've got like a man like Adam Amin down forward, you just need to put it in his general vicinity and he's going to do something.
One of the big differences for me in this quarter is for Scoresby, they've got men in the corridor.
Mm-hmm.
So they're using those men.
Yeah, they are. And McBean's been really influential. Obviously, Camilleri does his job. But Dolrain's coming into his own as well. And De Geese.
Goal number 2 on offer for the day for Amin. Goal 76 for the year. It's just held up a little bit and went left. So just the
ones
behind.
he needs to kick.
Indeed.
Yeah. They're right back in this game. The way they've started the third quarter are positive signs first 9 minutes. 5-4-34, trailing Donvale 8-9-57. Odin to take in for Donvale. And he goes towards us looking for Curry. Got hands to it. Out the back is looking pushed across the line. And we'll get a boundary throw in. Second game into the side. So
They've certainly lifted the intensity, Ryan.
They have certainly lifted, and you can hear the crowd just getting a little bit more involved. If they get the next one, it's certainly game on. It'll be back to 17 points. Cooper Frith getting involved here. Delrain breaking through traffic. Big tackle laid. Cooper Frith finds the footy. Got the handball away in time, or was it a throw? He's penalised for a throw, so the ball will be going to Zalak in the middle of the ground here for Donvale. Scoresby getting a little bit of time to set up behind the footy. Zalak looks to play on. He puts it in the direction of Duncan. Got 2 to beat. Almost timed it perfectly. Out the back is Marshall. Marshall gets his handball away. Can Scoresby get out of trouble here? Bouncing footy. It's a dangerous one. Camilleri did fantastic. He got it away in time. Store now. And picked off by Odden, who I believe has been one of their best contributors across the afternoon.
His intercepting work has been tremendous, Odden, today.
Well, the disposal wasn't great. He's kicked it straight to Amin. He just has to control the ball, get the handball away. Now Frith, he's run straight into a Mill tackle. Good reflexes by Nathan Mill.
We gave him a great praise.
Yeah, but he's made the one mistake.
Yeah, it's fine.
Outside of that.
So up goes Bowes, hits it down. Coulthard trying to break his way through, had to handball it in the end. First to it was Store. Donvale putting the pressure on. Cameron's there. It's not going anywhere. Bowes wrapped up.
Boundary.
Let's go to Kate Green in a second on the boundary line because it's a stoppage in Scoresby's forward 50. They could score here through McBean, and they have scored. It's a behind, however. Kate Green on the boundary line.
Just a quick update on number 10, Dale Hare for Scoresby. He remains under assessment with the sports trainers.
See, that's another wasted opportunity to Scoresby. They're peppering the goals, though. That's a good thing.
So 22 points, should I say, now. So they're certainly cutting in. They want the next one. They don't want to waste this momentum that they've got going down to the scoreboard end of the ground as the ball comes out in front of us. 8-9-57 plays 5-5-35, 11 coming up to 12 minutes gone, third term out here at Scoresby Recreation Reserve. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM and our Facebook and YouTube streams. Back into play again. Picking up nicely is Frith, who's been involved more and more as the game goes on. Got it off to Walker. Walker inside 50, was looking for a min. Did well to compete against 2 and followed up with great pressure and a strong tackle, and will cause a stoppage inside 50 here for the Magpies of Scoresby. They've kicked the last few goals in this game. They trailed by 40 points early on in the second term. No free kick awarded, and we'll get another ball up inside 50.
Yeah, repeat stoppage, really important here that they score from this.
Their intensity really has gone up throughout the game. Varthakos tries to feed it out. McBean, however, intercepted. Trailing ball. Someone kicked it off the ground. Mason Store nearly kicked it. Now moves Scoresby to 5-6-36 to Donvale 8-9-57. We've gone 13 minutes in this third quarter. Scoresby, they have the knife to Donvale's throat at the moment, but they just don't know which end to use.
Yeah, you can't question their endeavour in this quarter. They've come out with all guns firing.
Yeah, intent's been good. Just got to lock the ball in their forward half here.
Yeah. 21 points is the margin. Cameron for Donvale, looking to escape. Almost the intercept mark. Got hands to it. Did Walker over there, but couldn't quite bring it down. But they do get stoppage here on the far side. Great crowd out here for Scoresby Centenary Day. Can they continue this comeback into the game? Trailing by 40 points. Donvale looking to go forward. Cut off by Waldnerek. Did well. Got it off to Frith. Frith finds a min. Running into trouble here. Calls the play on. Duncan over to Rouser. Rouser can finish it off. Rouser does not miss. and Donvale get their 9th.
Just the wrong option by him in there. The first option's usually the best one, and he ignored that one and went for the second one and was caught.
Donvale 9-9-63 to Scoresby 5-6-36. 14 minutes gone third term, and they make them pay, and one against the flow because Scoresby have had plenty of opportunities to get their 6th of the day.
Exactly, and that's the thing. When you do it against the flow of play, it really hurts your momentum. And you're absolutely right, Ray. It was just the wrong option. He just needed to assess the option a little bit more better.
I'm noticing Samir Kazazada has not been on the ground for quite a while there. One of Scoresby's important defenders. He's had some work done on him and has been done some run-throughs. But Scoresby now to get this clearance. Donvale feast on it, however, first to it. The kick is coming wide. The Goldsmith's going to have to work hard for it. He's got time and space now to weigh his options up. 2-on-2. Wolnerek sets himself. Nearly takes the mark. Stolen from him by Djordjevic, who's got cleaned up. So Scoresby able to just retain the ball. And Frith takes a safe mark on the wing.
Good vision by trainer then.
Yeah, he's a very smart player, isn't he, Ray?
Yeah.
He's got a lot of class.
And, well, Corcoran looks in dismay as Cooper Frith's kick just sailed over the roof of the van.
Yeah, right into the timekeeper's box.
So Nakota Brooking, former Warrandyte man. Well, under pressure here is Zalek. He's able to spin out of it, though, with a lot of composure. Manages to find an option in the corridor. Sinisic. Zalek ran forward to receive the handball, and now they're sharing it around. McCormick kicks it inside forward 50. This is where they're dangerous. Donvale. Duncan being worn like a glove by Muminamin, and we are going to have a boundary throw in Donvale's forward pocket. I really want to see Samir Kazazada come back on to the ground for Scoresby, because if things start getting out of hand down there in their back line, he's going to be one of the ones to stem the tide, I would say. Cooper Frith tries to break through the tackle. It's not going to happen, however, and we'll have another ball up. 16 minutes gone in this third quarter.
And if Hare doesn't come back on, Jared, that's a big problem as well. They're 2 down.
That's for certain. We'll go to Kate in a second, but Varthakos was able to find Brooking, who snaps at goal. Wolnerek. Solid defence. The Iron Fist comes out. Kate on the boundary line.
You might get your wish because Bean and Kazadadek.
Kazazada.
Can you hear? So, they're about number 19 for Scoresby and number 9 are about to come back on the field.
Ball brought back into play here inside 50s. Rouser got the handball off. Vathakos deep in the pocket. Shot on goal. Just a minor score for Donvale. They'll move to 9-10-64 to Scoresby 5-6-36. So a let off for the Magpies as they look to get out of defence, Jared.
Donvale looking to punish Scoresby for not taking their chances at the moment. And well, we're waiting on the options to present themselves here for the kick in. He's going to go right up the middle. De Geest just gets spoilt, however. And now Rouser comes in, tries to spin out of a tackle. Corcoran was tackled immediately. Couldn't break away through that. Good tackle led by Goldsmith. So Donvale to lock it in. Tap there by Day. Trying to battle his way through Scoresby, but into the pocket. Djordjevic got a bit of time, got a bit of space. Corcoran just clings on to the shirt there, but Djordjevic was able to get the kick away towards the goals. Good composure by Mitchell Walker in defence. Didn't panic, but didn't find a great option either. Cameron was the stopper. He's going to send it back for Donvale. No mark taken by Duncan. Off hands. Amin now hands it to De Geest. Couldn't handle it though. Duncan back with it. Out to Rouser. Oh, just thwarted before he had a shot at goal, and Wolnerek he put on some good pressure there. And so we'll have a throw in the pocket of Donvale's forward line.
James Rouse has been massive this afternoon for Donvale. The skipper of the side, 64 plays 36. Donvale leading. They're inside their forward half at the moment. It's cut off here by the Magpies as they just try and clear their lines, get this one out of trouble. Chasing this first. It was Jeffrey got the handball over the top. Now back inside. A lot of pressure here again on Scoresby. Just trying to break away from their back half of the ground. Reset now. Get something going if they can get the next one and stick around, keep that margin under 4 goals. They'll certainly give themselves every chance. Ball brought back into play. Doing well in the ruck there. Couldn't quite win it out. McBean involved. Handball away from Heaney. And wrapped up there. We're going to get a ball up. 9-10-64 Donvale. 5-6-36 Scoresby. Third quarter action. Donvale win this game. They lock up the Minor Premiership for the 3rd consecutive year. McBean's handball wasn't perfect. And now the Magpies of Donvale look to make him pay, but it's intercepted by a min.
So movement of men, important work down there in defence. Gets it out to De Geest, who's not shown his usual class today, unfortunately. Back into the side, the captain has had a couple of clangers, but they've worked their way across the ground to Walnarek. Oh, risky kick there. Trainer, did he take the mark? Out in the full. Donvale to launch it back in to the forward line. Low kick was easily picked off once more by Walnarek. Chris Tout couldn't get onto that one.
Just a bit of sting gone out of the game at the moment.
That is for certain, Ray. It's slowed down a little bit, and these kicks down the line by Walnarek, they coming more often. It's come right back. Pressure by Scoresby, not letting this one go anywhere. So 28-point lead for Donvale currently. Oh, Varthakos trying to break through this one. Held to him, said the umpire. So we're just going through the motions a little bit.
And need to find a goal here, Scoresby.
Yeah. Well, they're not going to do it that way. Is this going out in the full? It is. Long, long way out. Unfortunately for Scoresby, they're not going to be able to attack like that. So bringing it back in for Donvale. Christian Zalek now searching for the corridor. This could be where the trigger is pulled. Djordjevic tries to apply the pressure. Is able to do so. Another ball up.
He's been really good, Djordjevic. He's
been dangerous, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a quality player. The last time the two teams met, he was really influential.
So searching for the clearance was Sinisic, but once more held up, not going anywhere.
Comes from good stock, I think.
He does,
father
yes.
was
Mark, yeah.
Mark was a great player.
So this time Scoresby get the clearance. Bouncing ball. Trying to map it up is Christian Zalak, and he was held without it by Coulthard, and Donvale will go again.
So Zalak now for Donvale. Just goes down the line. Can they get a mark out of this? Intercepted from the Magpies. Trailing this game by 32 points. Down they go again. Looking for Frith. Got it to McBean. Trying to get a fist to it there, Trainer. Ball comes out. Zalek gets the handball back. And now they look to use the corridor through Djordjevic. Djordjevic will switch it to Mill on the grandstand wing. Out here at Scoresby Recreation Reserve, had time to get the handball over the top to Cameron. Cameron now inside 50, bouncing not really in favour of anyone. Trainer picked it up and they looked to clear it out. It was a tough kick there for Storr, but he was able to control it enough to get the handball away. Doing well, Marshall. Corcoran spinning around and getting on the left boot, bouncing towards the corridor. Went over the head of Brunning, picked off by Odden. Odden just kicks to no one. We've got all Magpie numbers back there. Walnarek got it off to Amin with the handball. As they move this down the line, they go. Looking to get involved here again is Plumridge. Luke Plumridge for Scoresby. Finds Frith. Frith inside 50. Hicks is running onto that one, leading into the right spot, and the ball just finds his lap. And he'll be in range from here. He'll be kicking just from outside 50, but he's certainly got the distance on him.
Yeah, it'll test him.
Yeah, I don't think Ryan Hicks can kick that far.
It's a big
Not
moment
the
for him.
longest kick.
Ryan Hicks from outside 50. Can he get onto this one? He's certainly got the distance.
No.
Not quite. I thought it was a high kick. It's been gone across the line, actually, so no score. So Ray proven correctly, unfortunately.
And it just hasn't been Hicks's day, really. When he's on fire, he can really be damaging, but today he just hasn't been able to...
That wasn't a bad effort.
Yeah, well, that was an okay effort. He just hasn't been able to get into the game.
So whistle's gone. Amin tried the snap at goal. It would have landed in the hands of Cooper Frith and been sent through, but it looks like there was a ruck infringement. Curry, who's been an excellent stand-in for Zach Haig for Donvale this year, took the free kick. Djordjevic, geez, he's found the space out the back. They're in the middle of the ground at the moment. Just need to sort this one out amongst themselves. Donvale, Vathakos was thwarted, however, now ends up on the ground, and Kazizada was part of that tackle. So Scoresby reacted very quickly there to the potential attack by Donvale. They're not out of this game yet. Curry just squeezes the handball out. Goldsmith kicks it to the pocket. It was a bit of a wayward one. Kazizada was able to take it, managed to get the kick under duress, but it trails over the boundary line.
It's a bit of a glimpse of the future with Curry in the ruck there, Ray. I think he's been quite good.
Yeah, he's been serviceable, yeah.
So back we go. Curry v Humphreys. Humphreys just swinging wildly at it, but on point was Wignall. His kick was smothered. It's come out of there, I think, through McCormack. Walnerick once again putting his body on the line. Oh, dangerous stuff. Murphy, was he held? No. Rumen Min's going to have to be composed in this one. He's got company. Boundary line was everyone's friend in that situation.
He was unlucky, wasn't he? It certainly did look like it from here.
Scoresby defence panicked and nearly gave away a free kick against Murphy there. And I mean, can you blame them? The dude's enormous. So back into play. Donvale searching to put one of the nails in the coffin, I would say. Murphy swinging kick at it, just went right. No goal.
Some Premier Division scores. East Ringwood 57, Blackburn 65, Baldwin 76, Doncaster East 54, Noble Park 48, Vermont 67, and South Croydon 62, Mitcham 46, and the Roval one, which was half-time, Roval 62 to Berwick 25.
So the ball out here on the outer wing. Cameron going forward for the Magpies. Sinisic picks it up cleanly. He's got options. Went to Wignall. His boot sort of went off the side there towards Djordjevic, who keeps it alive, keeps it in a dangerous area for Donvale. Picked up again. Tout run to the ground. And we'll get a ball up just outside 50. For Donvale, 26.5 minutes gone, third term. It's a 29-point lead to Donvale, so just not quite there yet. There's still a lot to be played out. They wouldn't want to concede one more, Scoresby. They'll make it next to impossible as Frith kicks it down the corridor, picked up by Hicks. Brunning now inside 50, looking for a min. Oh, couldn't quite bring it down. Got the handball away. Trainer's snap on the left is towards the boundary side. If it stays in, it's still to be won here by Luke Wignall, who keeps it alive and hits up a target. And they work themselves out of trouble. Min did a lot of work to get to it.
For all his class, I think Trainer just didn't know how much time he had.
Yeah, had much more time, didn't he?
And he rushed it onto the boot. Nearly a big mark taken out on the outer side, but Rouser was able to get the crumb. Hands it off to Sinisic. They're running in waves now. Donvale, sells the candy. Djordjevic, target Murphy. Not quite going to take the mark. Sorry, it was Duncan at ground level now. Was able to lay the tackle. Whistle's gone. Scoresby's defence under siege at the moment. Throughout the past 10 minutes, they've had to repel many an attack.
Just can't get it out.
McBean feeds it out to Geist. Wasn't able to lay hands on it. Kazizada drowning in tackles. I didn't see what the umpire said. It's just going to be a ball up by the looks of it. And there seems... No, it's holding the ball. Kazizada, he looks bemused by that decision.
I think he was there.
Yeah,
I think it was too. I thought it was a good tackle.
Tommy Tout.
Going to be a goal right on the siren here because there you go.
Oh. Listen to this bloke.
I've got the button down here.
He's starting to prove everything that they said earlier. This guy in the media team knows everything.
That's right, mate.
Not to get in the distance, going to go on the siren.
The former Warrandyte man, Tommy Tout, to make things very difficult for Scoresby in the final term.
Yes.
And it's another let-off. So Donvale move to 9-12, 66. Scoresby 5-6, 36. So the 5-goal lead the way of the Donvale Magpies. It's three-quarter time here at Scoresby Recreation Reserve. I'll quickly go through the goal kickers for Scoresby. Camilleri with 2, 1 each to Adam Amin, Tristan Brunning and Ryan Hicks, and 3 goals to Nick Murphy, 3 in the first quarter to Ethan Duncan, 2 to James Rouser and 1 to Dylan Sinisic. We'll be back with the final quarter after this. Don't miss it, and we'll see you there.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Scoresby Recreation Reserve. We have an interesting match on our hands here. Scoresby, can they find the line here? 5-6-36 to Donvale 9-12-66. But first of all, we're going to go with some scores around the grounds. There's some really interesting matchups going on, and Ryan with the information.
Yeah, we'll start to recap these through. Blackburn have hit the lead. They lead 65 to East Ringwood 57. Baldwin leading Doncaster East 76 to 54. Vermont 67, Noble Park to 48. Roval lead Berwick by 73 to 44. South Croydon leading Mitcham 62 to 46. Jumping into Division 1 this weekend, big lead for South Belgrave coming into three-quarter time, 115 to 21. Park Orchards back in front of Abronia, 64 to 50. Montrose have a 7-point lead over the Mustangs, 70 to 63. Beaconsfield lead Norwood, 60 to 16. Well, there we go. That's the speech there on ground level at the Scoresby huddle. A lot of passion there. Centenary Day. Apologies for the curse words on the broadcast. East Build Croydon. East Build lead 59 to Croydon 37. Heathmont have hit the lead over Mulgrave 54 to 48. Templestowe back in front of
Boundary boys.
And now we've got on the boundary Ray Baird.
Yeah, got Craig, the Scoresby coach down here. Craig, you had a lot of the play that side, and probably inaccuracy has cost you a few goals, but a similar position to what you're in last time you played.
Yeah, unfortunately. But yeah, they've been very cleaner than us, and that's been the challenge. We're getting our hands on it and just not making the most of it. They are.
I just thought that you come through the corridor in that quarter a lot more, and that would prove to be an advantage.
Yeah, that was the best. Play a bit more direct, and then hopefully we can take our chances.
Good luck, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks, Ed. Ray Baird on the boundary with Craig McKenzie. Just to finish those Division 2 ones, the Waverley Blues 76 holding on to Wanturna South 62. Must-win game for them. Lilydale, this game started a bit later, but lead Surrey Park 39 to 23.
So Division 2, all the top 5 teams play all the bottom 5 teams, and 4 of the bottom 5 teams are leading.
Yeah, unbelievable. Crazy weekend. Upper Gully lead Coldstream 75 to 9. And Fair Park lead Oakley District 57 to 49. So they're keeping their season alive, are the Lions. Ferntree Gully also leading Sylvan 70 to 54 as we're about to go for this third term. We've got Kate Green on the boundary, who was down at the Donvale huddle. Kate, what was the message?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I'm just
gotcha.
having problems. They just need to keep their composure. Hang on, that's from first quarter. Sorry, I'll let you get back and then get back to me.
Thank you very much, Kate. Ball held aloft in this final quarter. Ryan Long to take us away.
So third quarter action underway here between Scoresby and Donvale. Tap down. Looking to win it out was Frith. Got the handball forward for the Magpies. They trail this game by 30 points. Donvale through Wignall. They're tapping it back into probably more trouble. Liardi Cameron was very clean with it. Got it away. Curry, run down, just got his kick away in time. Hicks was right on his tail. It's turned over. The Magpies have the set shot on goal, and they get their first of the quarter, a much-needed one for Scoresby, and they move to 6-42 as Walker puts through his first to Donvale 9-12-66.
Boundary.
Now we'll go down to Kate Green.
Just an update on Dale Hare, number 10 for Scoresby. He's done for the game. He has been referred by the sports trainer to seek further medical assessment.
Massive loss for Scoresby.
And just what the doctor ordered in terms of Scoresby for the goal, because they needed to get the first one of the quarter to keep him in the contest. So that was really important clearance.
And boundary, just quickly, Tony Weeks said to Donvale, look, great ball use, need to go again. Stoppages, you've got to be quick with them and keep communicating and just basically stop the drop ball.
So Ryan Hicks gets it in the pocket there. It was Camilleri with the clearance initially. Brunning's going to try and hunt it. Oh, McBean, he's going to have to lay the tackle here. Does so. Bear hug on his man there. Continues the embrace as well after the tackle.
It's been a good start, Jared, to this quarter for Scoresby. Just what they wanted.
Indeed. Chris Tout was the recipient of that. Bustling after it as McBean and now a man. He falls to ground. And it'll be a ball up. Just there in the Scoresby forward line. They've had all the play of these 2 minutes. Up we go. Tapping it behind him was Bowes, but Rouser was wise to it. Just pushed as he kicked it, so it's going to be out of bounds. Another ball in. So Scoresby just threatening once more. But they've threatened throughout this game at different portions, but not really been able to put the scoreboard pressure on yet. We'll have another ball in. It was just all forced to the side there.
Yeah, they just haven't been able to take full control of the game, Jared, have they? They've had their moments, but just haven't been able to really dominate the game for more parts than often than not.
They're going to have to be on this entire quarter, I would say. Bowes with an excellent kick from the ruck contest. McBean nearly took it. He was able to shark it anyway and kick the goal. Scoresby are coming.
Just the start, you said, Spider, and take 2 on that because, they had to kick the first 2 of the quarter to get back in, and they've done that. So we got to see what we saw last time when these two sides played.
We might have a contest on our hands here, and that was a really important stoppage, Joe, to win that clearance and to get the ball moving forward. Yeah, it results in a goal. Really important stuff at the early stage of the last quarter.
Yeah.
So McBean with his first and Scoresby. They cut the margin back to just 3 goals, 7-6-48 to 9-12-66.
Yeah,
Keep
McBean's
in mind,
dangerous.
they trailed by 40 points earlier on in this game. Back in the middle it goes again. Umpire says, give it to me. We'll have another ball up.
The big bonus is they're up and running too.
Yeah, they certainly are. Got a bit more confidence behind them as well. So every time they have had this, Donvale been able to respond. Tout tried to get it out to Rouser. It's turned over though. Liardi doing okay. Camilleri now. He's got a bit of space. Off the left boot. Towards goal, has missed it to the left. Just a minor score.
I tell you what,
Scoresby 7-7-49 to 9-12-66.
Since half-time, their inaccuracy of Scoresby has certainly cost them.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's cost them, but also history does suggest that Donvale, their last quarters haven't been strong the last few weeks. We know Upper Gully came at them last week.
Yep.
Scoresby, look, when you've got the momentum, you really do need to beware of that
you've got to
rush
hit the
of
scoreboard.
adrenaline. Yeah, that rush of blood that can happen when you've got the adrenaline pumping. That they need to remain composed, need to pick their options wisely. But at the moment, it's Max Otten who has to do that. And he kept it low, but a little too high, actually. And tumbling and taking the mark was Cooper Frith. Scoresby to send it back from whence it came, towards the goal square. Amin's the obvious target, but putting himself in the way was McBean. Nearly took a juggling mark. Luke Wignall at ground level. Nearly took a Liardi wrapped up in a tackle. Scoresby earned the stoppage.
He did everything but mark that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Would have been a great mark.
Can they create a goal from here?
That's the question. McBean, well, there was a block in the ruck contest, and it's going to go the way of Bowes. So McBean was looking dangerous there, but it's a more certain shot at goal here for Scoresby.
Just quickly on boundary, there is a wind that's picked up, so just be aware, gentlemen.
So Braden Bowes, he's going to try and ride this one home. Taunted by Otten on the mark, but that doesn't concern him one bit. And Scoresby have cut the lead to 11 points.
I tell you what, the attitude in the dugout for Donvale has certainly changed since three-quarter time. Yeah, they'd be worried now. They'd have to be worried.
But it's been a bit of a body language thing, hasn't it, from Donvale? Now, the last time these two teams met, we saw a similar thing happen where Donvale faded out of that game. They did say, yes, they had a couple of players down on the bench, but on this occasion, they've got a full complement of players out there.
And Scoresby got the player down.
Scoresby got the players off, so it's a different contrast.
Back in the middle it goes. They can't just defend the lead now. They've got to score themselves. We know they can. Out of the middle, Rouser getting involved. Camilleri stepped up his game. Curry got the handball. Liardi under pressure. Scoresby hunting in numbers. They're able to hold this one up. Cochrane brings down his opposition and will get a ball up.
Got a player down in the middle of the ground.
That's Curry who's limping off for the Magpies of Donvale. Luxord will get back to that a little bit later as the ball goes towards the boundary side. Walnerek pushed across the line, and Riley Curry
free kick
will be coming
too
off.
Too high.
High free kick. So
got him above the shoulders.
So the free kick is going the way of Scoresby, and unfortunately another injury. So we'll just hold
Boundary.
that up just on Kate Green quickly.
Blood nose, blood rule.
So the blood rule, we'll see one change here. Just on Division 3, big one in at the moment. The Basin lead Knox by 12 points. So win that with Sylvan losing, they'll be inside 50 or just outside. Camilleri being phenomenal for the Magpies today. Had a great season. Looks to put it in towards the hot spot. Coming in to take the mark is Brunning. And they have all the momentum.
I tell you what, the move of Brunning into the forward line since half-time, that has been a clear winner.
Yeah, it's been a masterstroke, really, from Craig McKenzie, hasn't it? He's really thought about this.
He's been so serviceable today, though, Brunning.
Oh, he was good when he was down. He was good back down. He was good back down, and you don't usually move a man when he's good, but they moved him into the forward line, and he's been far more effective.
They trailed by 40 points. This to bring it back to 5 points. Brunning puts it through. And the Magpies are coming. 9-7-61. Donvale 9-12-66.
Yeah, Scoresby are definitely coming now. They're right up and about.
Yeah, well, when you kick the last 4 goals of the game, you're showing that you're playing with purpose, more intent. But they're winning the clearances out of the middle of the ground.
That's a big thing.
And they've just wrestled this momentum back. I mean, early in the game, they were getting smashed in that area of the ground. And now they are on top.
So it was Warnerick who came off with the blood nose. He reacted as if his day was done, but I don't know about that if it's just a blood nose. Camilleri takes it from the centre. They've got all the play at the moment, but standing firm in the back line was Christian Zalek. And he's going to have to work this one out. It's the first time Donvale have really had any sort of control over the quarter. Vathakos gathers the crumbs, was tackled immediately. Scoresby are really hot right now, holding the ball. Trainer. Matty Trainer, he's got Storr leading. He sees him. No, he doesn't.
Yes.
It was the wider option, and it's Zach Corcoran. Brunning presents. Is it going to be him? Is it going to be Amin? Over the back of Min!
Oh. Wow.
And who else would it be to try and put Scoresby in front on their centenary but the 100-goal kicker from last year, Adam Amin. He's got a massive angle to negotiate. This will be massive. Throws it onto the boot. Scoresby hit the lead!
Hit the front.
Wow.
Who'd have seen this at three-quarter time?
Well, at half-time, I thought and suggested that Donvale would go on and win the game, but we all thought that it was just a margin. But it's just been a little bit of work, and they've just chipped away at it, haven't they, Ray?
And it's all about belief, and they've got a belief now.
They are running on top of the ground. Now, that's the 5 goals in 9.5 minutes has put them in front. They were 40 points down in the second term. They now lead by a point.
And that block of 10 minutes in the third quarter where they missed some of those goals has really been a key factor.
Yeah. Well, what can they do now, Donvale? They have to respond. They've got to get something out of the middle here. Cooper Frith won the ball. He was tackled. Braden Bowes goes up unopposed. Vathakos got it off to Rouser. Gets past one. The skipper looking to hit up a target at centre forward there in Tout. Tout off the left boot. Finds someone open. Getting there in time to spoil. Doing well there was Walker. Tout again. In the variety of Chris.
The other Tout's down here behind play.
And that's Tommy Tout who's down behind play limping. So inside 50 here for Donvale. 10.5 minutes gone, fourth term. 1 point in it. Scoresby lead 67-66. Top of the table clash in Division 3. Keeping it alive there, Plumridge. Got the handball away. Now towards a target. Down in Corcoran. Looks to play on. He's been good this afternoon. Looking for Brunning in front position. Ball eludes both him and his opposition in Cameron, who taps it towards himself. Under a lot of pressure. Doing nicely there, Marshall. He's able to hold this one up. Picked up cleanly by McBean. Takes off on an opponent. Puts it on the right boot. McBean did goal. He's put another one through from the Magpies. 11-7-73 to Donvale 9-12-66. 7-point lead to the Magpies. They've kicked 6 in 11 minutes.
And that whole goal came from Matty Trainer over there on the outer on the half-back flank and got them running, and they switched to this side of the ground, and it was a game on. They are playing. Well, for where was this in the first half of the game?
But where was this run exactly? And this,
I know.
But it's the transition game.
Yep.
Now that they're running and they've got the belief to carry the ball, run through the corridor like they know they can. So it's amazing. Donvale being really challenged.
Back up it goes. Trainer, he's starting to work his way into this game as well as Camilleri gets the kick down, Brunning the target. Was able to just take the ball so cleanly. Spears it to Amin. Scoresby are on fire.
Unbelievable.
Amin with a little bit of a limp. I don't think that'll trouble him with ball in hand and a goal on offer. Division 3 is on notice at the moment because we could have the Division 4 ascenders become the Premiership favourites after this game.
What a pinpoint shot from Brunning.
He's been good. So Adam Amin to kick his third for the day. Relatively quiet day for him, but he's really stamping his authority on this game and will once more with this one. But the build-up just
didn't quite put it home for the big man.
He was shaking his fist almost before he'd kicked it. The timing, as soon as bang, he's got nut.
13 minutes gone, final quarter, 11-8, 74 to 9-12, 66. Scoresby leading quickly to the boundary.
Scoresby coach's box is still very calm. They're not getting excited. They're just very calm.
So Mill down the line, picked off again by Walnerek. They lead this game now by 8 points. It's a 48-point turnaround. Walnerek towards the Amin direction. He's out the back. He's in the middle of the pack. Couldn't quite bring it down. Mill towards the boundary line. Cameron, no one wants to pick it up from Donvale. And was it across the line on the full? No, it was just socket across. And we'll get a boundary throw in. 13.5 minutes gone. What can Donvale do? They just look under so much pressure.
Look under pressure, but they actually look a bit fatigued. They look tired.
So the trainer got it off to Walnerek. Right boot. Puts it towards a one-on-one contest. Out the back there, keeping it alive. Doing well was Walker. Was trying to get it off to Hicks. Donvale under extreme amount of pressure. And they look to get out now. Picked off. And now Plumridge takes it on. Puts it towards Hicks. Bouncing footy didn't quite favour him. He's still alive. And that could be holding the ball. Not quite. Donvale still alive. Handling into dangerous pressure. Liardi's got to be clean here. He goes back. Mill looking to get this one out. And they do. They take the mark. Goldsmith here can slow things down for Donvale. But they've got to find a way to get some ascendancy going forward.
But they're pressing up Scoresby here at the moment. It's so good pressure.
What's the headspace for their ladder leaders right now as Goldsmith, his kick wasn't perfect
again.
and Brunning was
What
right
a
onto
punch.
that. Adam Cameron, who was excellent for 3 quarters, just watched that ball sail over as Brunning came across.
It's also gone over the fence.
Oh.
Well, we'll certainly be waiting for someone to jump the fence into the backyard of the person who lives behind Scoresby Recreation Reserve. Just quickly on those game results in this division, particularly Upper Gully are going to thump Coldstream. Fair Park are 21 points ahead of Oakley, so they're in a good spot to keep their season alive. The Basin hold a 9-point lead over Knox, so they're looking like they'll secure the 5th spot officially with Furniture Gully. Big win over Sylvan. They're 102 to 68, so
the curse is just so evident, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's their year done.
So the ball's back, and it'll be back in play through the hand to the umpire. Bit of break and play. What does that do for the headspace of the players out there? Trying to find it is Liardi. Try to come up with it as well. Lays the tackle onto Geese now. Sorry, that's not the Geese, that's Trainer. Ball up. Here we go. So it was interesting. Wignall in the ruck there for Donvale. I don't think we've seen Curry for a while now. It's Camilleri. He's going to try and side up McBean. Punch over the top by Mill was excellent. McBean's going to just charge after it. There's no way Brooking's going to tackle this beast. Gets it back to McBean. He's run up he's got a rush of blood going, but no goal.
I tell you what, I think he picked the ball up at Stud Park Roval and ran. He ran a long way. You're very lucky to get away with that.
There's not many more exciting players than McBean when he's at
very
full.
good.
Yeah, he's a class player, and he's so important to what they do.
So 11-9, 75 Scoresby, 9-12, 66 Donvale. 16.5 minutes gone, 4th term. Otten to bring it back into play. They've got to find a way to score, but they cannot get it out of their back half. Camilleri, who's been massive, got the handball off to Marshall. Camilleri again, keeping this alive. Walnerek will receive this one. Gets past one. Handballs back over the top. They've got numbers everywhere. Brunning towards goal. Just rushed it. Had a bit more time. 11-10, 76 to 9-12, 66. 10-point lead, Jared.
Yep.
Jared, you mentioned Curry missing earlier. He one of those ruck contests in the earlier part of this quarter, he actually came off limping, looking a bit ginger with his calf, and I think he's being worked on at the moment.
Yeah, that's going to be
by the trainers.
Bowes can really stamp his authority in the ruck contest as well, since Wignall's going up.
So
this is Kyle Wignall this time. Hands it off to Zalak. He's trying to dance around. Gee, there's so much pressure out there for Donvale. They are in all sorts, all at sea. Scoresby smell blood, and so does Bowes. Rips his man down in the tackle.
Wow.
Bit of biff out there as well.
Ray, they look like a completely different side this season.
They do. Their tackling is just ferocious this quarter.
Bow slaps it down. The umpire goes over. It's just 10-pin bowling out there, and Scoresby's the ball. But it floats over the boundary line as Mill, I think, laid a spoil on that one.
Boys, if we can just reflect back, how many entries 50s have Donvale this quarter? Not many.
Or maybe one.
Not many.
I think we've counted one or two.
Yep, not many.
But two shallow entries.
Back into play. Amin, he's just going to take it out of the rock contest. How did Donvale let that happen? Goal!
No.
Are they going to bring it back?
It's coming back.
It is coming back.
So, that's a very...
Boundary.
Kate Green may have seen that one down at ground level.
There was just a little bit of hand holding, I think it is, that they've brought it back for. I couldn't quite see, but you'd think they'd play advantage.
I
Come on. Out of bounds.
I don't think the umpire
it was
threw
out of
it in
bounds.
further enough.
It was out of bounds, yeah.
So it's Amin versus Wignall. This time Amin goes down. Luke Wignall was able to rip it out of the ruck. His kick was immediately cut off. And it's Cooper Frith to punch it forward. Just tries to step around Duncan, who's been incredibly quiet. Frith, did he just go for home? It's off hands. And through for the one behind. Scoresby moved to 11-11-77 to Donvale 9-12-66. There's still hope for Donvale, but with the way they're playing and moving the ball, I mean, this is Scoresby's to win at this point.
The crowds has come to life. It's an amazing atmosphere.
It is Centenary Day, of course, to Scoresby, and they've gone around their boys this afternoon as they've come charging home. They've kicked 6 goals in the last quarter. Donvale have not scored.
And haven't looked like scoring.
And they're struggling to get it out. Mill goes long and going up almost uncontested there was Marshall. They had 2 plays for Donvale in that one, but no one seemed to want to fly for the footy. So Marshall now puts it back in the hot spot. Mill takes the mark in defence here for Donvale. We're approaching time on in this final quarter in the Eastland match of the round. 11 points. If Scoresby win, they'll level points with Donvale on top of the ladder. Donvale win, they'll clinch the minor premiership for a 3rd consecutive season. They look to switch the play, and Brunning spoils that out of bounds. He's been a big magnet move up forward.
That's the sort of play that lifts the whole side. That is really great stuff.
It looked like there was no chance this side was winning this game late in that second quarter.
Inspired move.
Absolutely. Still not out of trouble just yet, Donvale. They cannot clear this footy. Scoresby is set up well. This might be their best chance. Sinisic takes the mark at centre half back. Looks to play on straight away. They link up now. Now they've got numbers. They're going to go through the middle of the ground. Can Donvale get something going? Inside 50. DeGeese takes the mark. There's a downfield free kick going the way of Donvale. So they are going to keep possession of it. It'll be Day.
They don't have to do stupid things
now
like that.
He'll be pushing his range from here. So it looks to the short option and just hits up his target in Murphy. He's got to go back and kick this. They trail by 11 points. And Nick Murphy, who kicked 2 in the first quarter, 3 in the first half, has been unsighted for probably 40 minutes. Not to his own fault. It's just the ball has just not got anywhere near him. And with 21 minutes gone, he'd love to get this one back and bring this back to a 5-point margin. Nick Murphy from outside 50 extends his angle. The kick is not bending back. It's still in place. Scoresby spoiled across the line. And they weren't doing that early in the first half. That time they were going to make sure of it.
You are right, Ryan Long. They're doing everything that they weren't doing in the first half of football.
Yeah, it's incredible.
9-13-67 to 11-11-77. Scoresby 10-point lead. 22 minutes gone final term.
Samir Kazazada to bring it back in. Scoresby, job not done yet. They're going to need to transition the ball or at least lock it up. He goes for a jog. There's very little pressure on Kazazada here. So he's found a nest of 3 Magpies.
Great mark.
And a fantastic mark by Riley Frith. And that's what needs to happen if you're going to break through this defensive zone of Donvale. He's kicked it straight to Max Otten though. So Donvale are going to reload. They have another opportunity to steal this game back. Right into the corridor, G. That was a drop mark by Kyle Wignall. He managed to get it off to Adam Cameron. Cameron marching through the centre of the ground as we saw him do so much during the first 3 quarters. Kazizada thwarted their attempts, however, gets the handball away. Scoresby just looking to compose themselves a little bit. Marshall taps it out of the back. How clever was that? Managed to get it to Amin. kicks it down the ground. Brunning, he's been excellent this quarter at ground level. Tries to feed the handball out. Donvale able to feast on it. Cameron again. He's got a couple of options with him. It's all been messed up, however, for Donvale. What's the result of this? Scoresby able to lay their hands back on it, feeding it through handballs. Cooper Frith now gets the kick away. Brunning's going to watch it track towards the boundary line. It's going to just get there. Brunning was able to make sure of it. Appeals for deliberate by Cameron, but no. Umpire was not going to go for that one. 23 minutes gone in this last quarter. 10-point lead to Scoresby.
More importantly, it's down there into the ground.
And it is indeed. Bowes, well, Curry's back onto the ground, but Bowes was able to win that anyway. Punches it forward. Pure territory in that was the move there for Scoresby out of the ruck contest.
They've just taken the game on Scoresby, and I think that's been the catalyst for this fight back.
Back we go. No clear possession just yet. He's now come to Store. Wrapped up, tackled. Brooking, well done.
Got to remember, they had a set shot on goal three-quarter time siren, Donvale, to put that out to 36 points. You never know.
Well, when it's a scoreline of 9-13, you know that there have been missed opportunities. Fighting his way through, Cooper Frith skies the ball. One for the Flyers. Punch came from the Donvale defence. Scooped up now by Brookings. Got a lot to work through. Oh, Frith just stole it. Outside of the right. This to put them home. Doesn't quite do it. And it hit the point post. Did it bounce before that? They're going to consult with one another, the umpires here.
Yeah, it bounced beforehand.
Yeah, are you sure? I thought that went straight to the...
Doesn't matter if it bounces, as long as it hit the point post, it's a throw-in.
No, but if it hit on the full, it's out on the full.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, true.
Better for the doubt would say a throw-in.
It's definitely out of bounds on the full, I thought. Here they go on. Playing on straight away. They've got to take some risks now, looking for Jordovic. Big mark by Walnarek. Came in from the side.
He's been great.
He's been a pillar.
He has had a big second half. Got McBean as a short option. Will send them long into attack. They lead by 10 points. One more would seal it. Flying up for that one, Store. Corcoran kept it alive. Left boot. Marked by Amin. And this could be the sealer. If he puts this through, it is game over. They've kicked the last 6 goals and now lead by 10 points. Can bring it out to 16 points. 25 minutes into this last quarter. Adam Amin to seal the game for Scoresby on Centenary Day has missed 11-12, 78, 9-13, 67. Is there any time for Donvale? And the bigger question, can they score?
Yeah, they've not looked like it throughout this entire quarter, but mathematically, at least, the door's still open. There's still time left. 25 minutes gone. They're just going to go up the middle. They have to roll the dice. Rouser, not safe hands enough. Jordovic, he just fed it straight to Walnarek. He bursts through, gets it to Brunning. Brunning to seal it for Scoresby. It just floats home. Punched it back into a dangerous space, however, Donvale. Scooping it up, though, able to work things out and kick it to Goldsmith out on the side. Walker for company. Scoresby are going to have to react quickly to this. Cameron takes the mark, looking for options inboard. Puts it onto the right, and Kazizada just puts himself in the way. And he's going to just walk it back, tell his team to calm down. They've got 1 foot in the victory here as Marshall takes the mark on the outer side, looking for further options, happy to send it down the line. De Geest was there, Frith, he was all on his own as the ball came to space. 2-on-2 contest, out of the hands of Humphreys there, fighting for it. Bowled over McCormick, who appealed for a free kick, but it'll be a ball in. Time leaking away.
Just more desperate at the moment, Scoresby. They just, you can tell that this means so much to them.
Donvale have been all at sea this quarter.
Been outplayed.
Humphreys taps it down. Upended was Frith, who's certainly thrown his weight around this quarter as well. I've liked his game. Be another ball up. Scoresby just hunting for the final dagger to the heart of Donvale. Frith tackled once more.
Even that just sounds bizarre because we've been saying that about Donvale for a quarter and a bit.
Well, 1 goal 6 since the second term.
Yeah.
Tells a pretty big story.
Otten still trying. If anyone is out there for Donvale, it's him. But Tim de Geest gets the ball inside forward 50. Now Brooking to try and break the lines. Sends it up the corridor. What's there for Donvale? Oh! This man again.
Wow.
Tom Wolnerick has been an absolute defensive beast this game.
What a mark.
That was unbelievable.
And he's taken a few of this quarter. Delrain on the wing. Time now. Well and truly the enemy of Donvale. Picked off by Rouser. They've got to move this quickly. Got to get one quickly. Inside 50. Mark is taken. He's got no time. He's got to play on now. Liardi's got to kick this. So we've got to find a target and move it on. With 28 minutes gone, Matt Day takes the mark inside 50. Can't waste time. Got to go back and kick this quickly. Does Matt Day. He'll rush it on. Can Day bring the margin back to 5 points towards the top of the square? Has missed. He's missed. 9-14, 68 Donvale, 11-12, 78 Scoresby. They're going to hold on. 28 and a half minutes gone, final term. The comeback's almost complete.
The Centenary game for Scoresby here at their home ground. We've seen the cups, we've seen the glory. And Scoresby are looking for Premiership glory once more here in 2025. They can take down the Titans of Donvale. And a safe mark taken by Humphreys. He's not going to rush himself. He sees a decent option down the line. Oh, good mark. What a mark. Mason Storr.
Yeah.
They have dominated aerially in this quarter. They have dominated
ground balls,
everything. Little chipping option. Cooper Frith.
He's been brilliant.
Stamped his authority
fantastic.
in the game as well.
Best of luck with your votes today, gents.
Oh, thank you very much, Lee.
I had 3 versions.
You might have to be a tiebreaker. McBean takes the mark. He's definitely too far out to score, but you know what? I wouldn't put it past him trying. I think he might be. Why not?
Load up the barrel.
If this goes through.
The proverbial roof would disappear. Declan McBean going for a very ambitious shot to put an exclamation mark on the tag. And he sent it into the car park. And it'll be Donvale to bring it back in. Time not on their side.
No, 30 minutes gone. It's been a long quarter. There can't be enough time for 2 goals. James Rouse in defence, runs into trouble, and he's been ordered a 25-metre penalty. So it was either going to be that or it was going to be caught for holding the ball, and the men would have had a shot. Rouser plays on straight away. They'll use the corridor time against them. 30 and a half minutes gone. The kick was smothered. They just can't get anything going their way. They've got a free kick. So Donvale, the free kick through the middle. Camilleri passes it back. Brookings got to move this on. Long into attack. Scores. We got all the numbers. Kazazada goes unopposed to take the mark in defence. I'd love to see the stats on how many marks they've had in this last quarter. They've been clunking everything.
Well, the intercepts have been incredible. Like, there's been about 10, I'd have to say.
Plumridge. And they're looking to just chip it around. Brunning has been huge in this second half. Moved forward now back in that defensive half of the ground. There's your siren on a special day for the Scoresby Football Club. Centenary Day. They complete a 50-point comeback. They were 40 points down.
Boundary boys.
And win by 10 points. Ray Baird's got Craig McKenzie on the boundary.
Craig, look, you had the faith in them at, last time you played them, and you spoke to us before the game, and you knew what the plan was, but your back 6 there in that last quarter. The intercept marks, absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, huge. Yeah, Tom Wolnerick, he's a larger-than-life character, but those intercept marks are something else.
Yeah, and Declan McBean, his last quarter was brilliant, wasn't it?
Yeah, we always talk about him being an X-factor, you guys too, and that's what he does. He turns it on at the right times for us and shows what he can do.
And who was the man behind the move of putting Brunning after half-time onto the floor? That was a great move.
I don't like taking credit for anything, but it's something we tried last week, and then, we did it again. And
look, get out there and enjoy it with your players, mate.
Cheers,
well done.
Craig McKenzie there on the boundary. Phenomenal win. This is, when we look back at this game, and they were 40 points down, it's a 50-point turnaround. They looked...
they were gone. I mean, at half-time, it was... They probably can't win the game, but what can they get out of the game? And compared to what they did last time, but they just chipped away at it, and that's all they did in that third term. They had their moments, they missed some opportunities, but they started to get more ball through the midfield, use of corridor. Their transition game got
boundary
going,
boys,
and they did so well.
Down to the boundary, Ray Bed.
Yeah, we got Samir
Kadaraza. I'm not Samir.
The defence, the intercept
moving
marks
them in.
down
Moving
the
them
fence
in,
that
Ray.
last quarter. Turn around to the captain, mate. The intercept marks in that last quarter, your back six were under a lot of pressure.
Well, first quarter we were a bit under the pump, It was coming in pretty hot and then whatnot. And obviously Duncan Murphy got two key forwards, got a bit of goals.
And you started getting the ball out of the midfield too. That
Yeah.
was a big effort, didn't it?
Yeah, well, Fletcher Scott Craig said mids need to work a bit more, like work into space. Obviously, right onto the ball, which worked pretty well. Clearances wise, I'm pretty sure we won throughout the day, which is good. But overall, defensive, the back six which work together, like I said, stick on the man. And the mid, we're talking the mid, say don't let the run go through down the middle and whatnot. And then, we eliminated all that. And then at the end,
Congratulations on your own game, mate. Go and enjoy it with your teammates. Well done.
Thanks there to moving them in down on ground level. As the Scoresby boys will, they'll celebrate this one hard. As
well, so you should. It's your Centenary. That is one of the great wins of 2025 out of all the divisions. That's a statement win from this footy club of where they're heading this year. Donvale, they were in control of this game for a half, and it's been taken away from them. What happened last time these two teams met? It was a game of two halves. Once again, the same as applied, but Donvale just faded away and they couldn't get the ball out. They couldn't use the ball effectively like they did in the first half, but you've got to give full credit to Scoresby. They chipped away at it. They came back into the game. They transitioned the ball, put pressure on, got the ball into their forward half, one stoppage, and were able to turn that and generate that into score.
Yeah. You look at last year with Surrey Park. They had a few shots at the Kings in Donvale. They missed all of them until the grand final. The first game that Surrey Park played against Donvale was an absolute disaster. They got thrashed by something like 10 goals, maybe a bit more. In the end, they were able to close the gap across the season. And Scoresby have proven that they can do that. The Division 4 ascendees this year as well. If you're in
the gap
Donvale's
has narrowed,
shoes,
and that's the fact. We talked about it 6 weeks ago. We said, Donvale, they're a fair way in front. There's a lot. Everyone's got to catch them. But now this gap has certainly narrowed, and probably Scoresby now. They've got their noses in front at the moment. Donvale, there's some work to do. If they want this premiership, they're going to have to fight for this one. They've lost a couple of close games now, and it's not what they really wanted.
Absolutely. Craig McKenzie holding the boys there for a little bit before they go back into the rooms to sing the song, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives. But we're going to go to a break here. It is Scoresby running over the top, 11-12-78, a famous win over Donvale, 9-14-68. We've got a lot to break down. We've got this game, we've got all the games around the grounds, and our awards as well. We'll see you after the break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goalpost again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Scoresby Recreation Reserve. We have just witnessed a sensational comeback, a 50-point turnaround by the Centenary team, Scoresby, taking out Donvale, the ladder leaders in Division 3. What a game it was, Ryan. We've got a lot to talk about. We've got some votes to talk about. We've got the goal of the day as well. We've got scores around the grounds as well, and we've got just a little time to do it in. So I think we'll get stuck into it. Does anyone have their votes prepared for this game?
Yeah, I've got mine.
Go for it, Graham.
Okay.
I've got to change mine. I had different three at three-quarter time.
I had a different version at half-time, three-quarter time, and now.
one vote I gave to which I thought was the move of the day, and that was Christian Brunning after half-time. He was good down the back in the first half, but he was excellent, much better up forward. 2 votes I gave to James Rouser. If they'd have won the game, I probably would have given him 3, but he had a lot of the football. He did die out in the last quarter, but his effort in the first week. And 3 votes I go to Georgian Camilleri. Jordan, I thought he was magnificent for 4 quarters. He was the one that kept them in the game after half-time, and then he was also very good after that.
I actually quite agree with you 3. I'll give 1 to Wolnerek instead, just to give him some credit, because I thought the ability to fly back with the footy with no care for his own safety. He was the amount of marks he took, and I just thought his game was fantastic. But I've gone 2 with Rouser because he would have been my pick, and I guess who's walked in what are you, Vice President now, Paul Giannopoulos of the Scoresby Football Club. Very good presentation at the start of this afternoon. Have we got a mic for
he's got a future in this business. He's got the Craig Willis voice.
Just quickly, Gio, what unbelievable win. They looked done at midway through that second quarter and find a way to win. What a final term.
Unbelievable. In between serving hot chips in the canteen, I was keeping an eye on it, but felt like we started to get a little bit of a foothold in that second quarter, but we didn't hit the scoreboard enough. But slowly but surely chipped away in the third, and then just ran over them in the last.
Fantastic win, and I'm sure there's a lot to get to. I don't know if you've got any functions on after tonight.
We got a $5,000 draw. We had the luncheon today. It was good to see the old faithful up and about. It's been a while since we've had it like that. It was a big day.
The place will be rocking tonight, mate.
It sure will be.
It will. It's fantastic.
It was like old times. So, it was good. Keeps us top spot going to next week.
Yes, still alive. A big game against Upper Ferntree Gully next week. Donvale play Knox. Percentage, I'm not too sure what the difference is at the moment, but every chance. I'll let you get going, but thank you again for your hospitality today.
Thank you very much, boys. Great day all round. Thank you.
Certainly right. There's Roval final score have defeated Berwick by 5 points, so they've been able to hold on in Premier Division. We'll go through all those other results in a second. We'll get back to the votes. I've gone the same. I've gone 3 to Camilleri, 2 to Rouser. Jared?
I have to agree with Rouser being the pick for in the votes. I've gone him 1. Tom Wolnerek, I've gone 2 for him, and Jordan Camilleri 3. Best on ground in my books.
Very good. We've got Spider.
Yeah, I like one vote, James Rouser. Thought he was terrific for a fair chunk of the game and probably was nearly the difference in the game when Donvale had all the momentum. You'd have to say, I think when you make the move, I think Brunning, really. I mean, he was just terrific, you know, that when you make the big magnetic move and throw him down forward, he did a lot of work today at both ends of the ground. So I thought he was terrific. But in the end, I actually thought, you know, when he probably only had one part of the game where he went a little bit quiet, but he rose again. I thought Camilleri was probably the best player on the ground.
Kate's 1, 2, 3.
My 1 goes to Brunning, my 2 goes to Rouser, and my 3 go to Wallenarek. Yeah, my 3 votes go to him.
And that makes our winner of the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground. I've just lost my page. Jordan Camilleri, a very deserved winner of the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground. Particularly, he was the one player in the first half we thought, when a lot of them weren't really going at the time, he stood up and was certainly key. The Tobin Brothers goal of the day, there was quite a few. The one sticks out to me late was McBean, where he just took him on and put that through to really seal the game. I'm happy with that, unless anyone disagrees.
No, I think you've gone the right one there.
Yep.
I do.
You disagree?
Disagree. There was that one in that first quarter from the very side, really difficult angle.
Do we know who kicked it?
Do you know who kicked it?
I've gone blank.
Then they don't win it.
Bad luck.
Okay.
Simple as that.
Sorry.
So the award goes to.
Well, it was either Duncan. Murphy, or Hicks. Because those are the only players who kicked goals in the first quarter.
I think it was the Duncan.
The Duncan one was a good one. Yeah.
Are we sticking with McBean?
Well, I'm happy to
I
stick
think
with
McBean. I think McBean was a really important one.
Yeah.
I think it was a great goal because he found his way through a lot of traffic and kept his feet and snapped the goal.
Yeah, no, McBean has to be them.
Yep. All right.
Context of the game as well.
Absolutely. So we're rushing through a little bit, but that is because we're a little bit behind and we've only got a few minutes left. So just want to quickly recap some of these scores. Blackburn have got across the line over East Ringwood by 10 points, 98-88. Baldwin defeated Doncaster East by 29 points. Vermont beat Noble Park by 30. Roeville held on to Berwick by 4 points in the end. Mitcham fell 10 points short to South Croydon. Another competitive performance, but aren't able to get the win. South Belgrave, 117-point winners over Bayswater. Park Orchards defeated Baronia by 37. Montrose held on by 10 points over Mooroolbark, and Beaconsfield continued that percentage gap. They defeated Norwood by 64 points. Division 2, wild weekend Division 2. We're going to have to actually look at the ladder, try and work out what's happened here. But East Builder defeated Croydon by 26, who were currently sitting 5th. Heathmont beat Mulgrave by 6 points, keep their season alive. The Waverley Blues keep their season alive with a 1-point win over Wantirna South, 15-4 to 12-21. Talk about goal kicking and how important that is. Templestowe defeated Ringwood by 19 points, but very competitive with the Redbacks. Surrey Park Lilydale, that game is still on. That started at 3:10 p.m. Lilydale hold a 4-point lead. So, again, incredible weekend in Division 2. Having a look at the ladder, Heathmont now jumped back into 5th. Waverley Blues 6th, Croydon 7th, all on 7 wins each. Fantastic final couple of weeks we'll have in Division 2. A lot to be played out. Who knows who's going to make the 5 from here. Division 3, we're locked into the top 5 now because the Basin have defeated Knox and Ferntree Gully have defeated Sylvan. So Sylvan out of the running. The Bears are in the 5. They are going to play finals this year. Great.
It's a great story.
Yeah, great work for the Basin. A lot to talk about them tomorrow afternoon. Upper Ferntree Gully, 96-point winners to Coldstream. This actually comes into play now because that really hurt Coldstream percentage. That dropped them 8%. Fair Park beating Oakley District now sees them only 3% behind Coldstream. They defeated Oakley by 26 points. So originally we thought the percentage gap couldn't be overturned. It maybe can. Even if Coldstream get belted next week, the Lions still might overjump them. So there's still to be played. There's still plenty to play in that relegation battle.
As I've said, Fair Park have made the great escape before, at the expense of Scoresby, in fact.
Yes, that's very right. Back in 22 or 21. Very interesting there. Churnside Park and Warrandyte. Churnside Park, 26-point winners to remain on top. Warrandyte have got a bit of work to do if they're going to guarantee a spot in finals. The Bull Ants, another win in a row. They are on fire at the moment. 34-point winners over the Kangaroos at Hughes Park. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Whitehorse defeated Kilsyth by 20 points. So when you look at it, Bullington are in the top 4. And they've got a bye this week. They finished the season with Kilsyth, but they now sit 4th. Warrandyte have got to play Whitehorse, and Kilsyth have got to play Chirnside Park. So this is going to come down to the wire. They unbelievable. They have finished this season on fire. But overall, there are plenty of talking points, and I know we're rushing through this a lot, so you can check out the weekend recovery. That will be, hopefully, maybe I'll try and post it tomorrow, Jared. We record that tomorrow, but we'll see if we can get it up a little bit earlier, because there is that many talking points in every division. This is probably one of the biggest results of the round. Maybe not in terms of the context of the season, but just the actual performance. We're going to start to wrap things up, but Ray, just a quick summary on this performance of Scoresby. What a memorable day for them.
Look, it was a fantastic day, big occasion, and I picked them mainly because of the big occasion. They really rose to it. You even go back, and I thought this started in the third quarter, because they started to get control in the third quarter, but they just didn't hit the score.
Yeah, first 10 minutes, wasn't it?
That's right, and there was something on there, but Craig has just got them. They've got this belief. They don't care if they're 5 or 6 goals down scored, from what I've seen.
And it's an attitude thing, because even pre-game, like he just said, they don't panic. They show the emotion, but they have this way that they behave, and I thought it was a real interesting to observe that today.
Yeah, and you give the forwards a lot of credit. They win game, but then that back six, the intercept marks in that last quarter by that back six of Scoresby was absolutely magnificent.
I actually was quite impressed by Scoresby's coaching box, because at all stages in the last 2 quarters, they're
it's
just
a calmness.
very calm. The guys come off on their changes. There's just this quiet pat on the shoulder, particularly in those last 2 quarters where they were surging forward. And it was just really calm. Let's keep the lid on it. We can still stuff this up. Let's just keep doing it.
Yeah, they kept their heads.
That impressed me.
Well, even the final siren as well. I was expecting fireworks from Craig McKenzie there, but no, he kept his cool.
They kept the lid on it. They kept the lid on it because they know there's still potential to play again twice before the
that's right.
Just quickly, Ryan. Now, this has certainly put doubt in Donvale's premiership hopes, because you know what happened last year. They were favourites going into that grand final. They know that if they come up against Scoresby and Ferntree Gully are travelling well now. So I think it put a lot of doubt into Donvale.
It's going to be fascinating. And Ray, you'll be on the weekend recovery tomorrow, so we can break down this division really. But thank you again for your work this weekend so far.
Thank you. Good pleasure, mate.
Absolutely. Kate Green's taken off her headset, but doing a fantastic job in the women's and the men's. Thank you, Kate.
And good to finally hear her on the podcast too.
Yes, on the women's podcast this week.
It's up and about. Well done.
Yeah. Absolutely. Matt Spider-Lee in the special comments. Thank you, Spider.
It. Great game, great result, and good footy all around across all divisions. And looking forward to next week already, talking about it on Friday.
Definitely. Jared Beanland in the caller's seat. Great game to finish out the afternoon.
Yeah, it was excellent comeback by Scoresby. What a game it was to call with you, Ryan.
And you'd be happy, Ryan, being a past player of Scoresby.
Yes, yeah. I'm still, again, I was a bit surprised they didn't get me down to speak to the boys before the game, but that's okay. There's still time. I'll do a post-game speech.
That under 15 D grade side.
Yeah, that semi-final against South Croydon, Spider. I've got the video of that. We'll put that on
the club rooms when you go across.
Absolutely. Lee Green, Megan Green. We've got to wrap things up here. Scoresby, 10-point winners over Donvale, 78-68.